Good morning. So I know I said 10 o'clock promptly, and I apologize for being 5 minutes late, but it happens. And we're glad that you are all here. First off, I want to welcome up Eli Portillo, executive editor at WFAE, our gracious host for today, to welcome everyone.
Thank you all for coming. As Chris said, I'm Eli Portillo, interim executive editor here at WFAE. Welcome to our Uptown location, which we call our Community Engagement Center, or Civic Engagement Center, sorry, because we want to use this as a space to welcome people in from the public so that we are not just broadcasting out, but also facilitating discussions and hearing from people across the community about what we need. And, we're proud to work with the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative because we have a lot of the same goals and core values. Among those are not just highlighting problems, but also highlighting solutions. And that's what we're going to be digging into today as we talk about the media landscape here, about inequality, about issues like housing affordability and economic mobility, not just pointing at what's wrong and what could be better, but also talking with people who are involved in the work of trying to improve some of these metrics, some of these persistent problems, some of these issues around our city and our community. So that's key to our mission. Really aligns well with the mission of the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative and our partner organizations here. And that's why we are really glad that everyone is here today. I've been a journalist here in Charlotte for about 15 years. It feels like over that time we have a lot of the same conversations about the same issues in Charlotte, and it's hard to believe, but it's been a decade since the Chetty Report came out, and we're still talking about economic mobility, economic inequality, and a lot of those fundamental issues. You could view that as, gee, why aren't things fixed by now? We've been talking about these issues for a long time, and before that as well. But a lot of these issues go back decades, and took decades to create. When you talk about things like redlining, residential segregation in Charlotte, the unequal housing market, we are living with the effects of policies that were put in place before many of us were born. So even though we've been talking about economic mobility explicitly in Charlotte for a decade now, we are talking about issues that go back decades and aren't going to be unwound overnight. So I think that that will kind of frame a lot of our discussions today. Those same issues will be woven through many of the things that we talk about. And I'm looking forward to digging into solutions and not just problems. Thank you all for joining us here. Really important information, the most important information. The restrooms are over there across the way. You can see a sign there, so please, come in and out as you need to. Coffee's over there. That might actually be the most important information, for me anyway. And we are very grateful that you're all here, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Eli, and thank you, WFAE, for being a wonderful host again this year. I'm Chris Rudisil, the director of the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative. We are very excited to have you here again this year for the third Local News Impact Summit, and that this what started in 2019 as an experiment of the Solutions Journalism Network has really grown into a spirit of collaboration among local news partners that changes the way local news happens in the city. Through events like this and other engagements, we have centered the community in our work. centered solutions in our collaborative reporting, and we just work together to do more than what we could alone. So I definitely want to, I first want to recognize our partners. I think some are still kind of trickling in, but we have 7 media partners: the Charlotte Observer, Carolina Public Press, La Noticia, Q Notes, Q City Metro, WCNC Charlotte, that's also graciously doing our live stream today, WFAE, oh my gosh, who did I miss? Media, okay, and then Queens University, the Night School of Communication at Queens University, UNC Charlotte Urban Institute, our newest partner, and also the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library that graciously helps us with tons of our engagement work. The collaborative journalism projects we've done, from Solution City to our graphic novel during the COVID-19 pandemic, and Habitat for Humanity, which is our most recent investigation, really bring together reporters in a different way where they can work together on these projects, sourcing solutions, and then reporting back to the community in ways that we hope empower all of you to make changes for the betterment of Charlotte. I want to thank our sponsors, Wells Fargo, United Way, A Home for All with United Way, a Knight Foundation, and the North Carolina Local News Lab Fund. Please visit their websites, learn more about what the good work that they do in our community as well. And I also want to, and I don't think she's here, but I want to do a special thanks. So you can all tell her I thanked her, and I'll say it again later today. But for Cassie Bosch from United Way and their team on helping us organize panelists for this year's summit. Also to Alicia from the library, who you all met when checking in, for her work. And also Tanya Jameson, who'll be here later today, for helping to kind of work out some of the summit panels as well. Before we get started, Eli mentioned restrooms, again, in the back corner, very important. Coffee, tea, water, there's some snacks over there if you get hungry before lunch. Speaking of lunch, if you were here last year, we kind of broke for lunch. This year, we're gonna have a small break where you can grab lunch, but we invite you to come back in for a very special presentation on the housing instability report and homelessness report. So that will be our lunch program. Activation, so you'll notice a sign out there. Please take some time throughout the day. We're asking what's not getting talked about enough in Charlotte. This can be related to housing or any other topic. And we really want to know what you think is not getting talked about enough and that we need to know as media partners and how we can do better. Share, big takeaways, brave ideas, solutions throughout the day. Please use CJC Impact 2024 and tag us on social media. And with that, I do want to invite Rod Banks, up from Wells Fargo to say a few words.
Thank you, Chris. Just on behalf of Wells Fargo, we're proud to be a sponsor of this conversation. We've been a longtime supporter now of the CJC. Big shout out to all of the collaborative organizations who are part of that work. At the Wells Fargo Foundation, we have a bias towards solutions, so that's why we are a sponsor of this conversation and this work moving forward. Housing access and affordability is one of the key pillars of the things that we're looking to fund from a philanthropic perspective. So being here today and a part of the conversations is additive to our work to bring solutions to this Charlotte, who is key to our company. We have the largest number of employees within the entire company who are sit or work here in Charlotte. So that number is in excess of 27,000 team members right now. So Charlotte is key and very important to where we live and work and raise our families here. So we want to be part of those conversations and those solutions. So thanks you everybody for being here today. We're looking forward to the conversations and learning more and how we can be a partner here today and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod. All right, are we ready for the first panel? Okay, I'm gonna invite Eli back up and the panelists for our first panel, Tell of Two Cities, and just give us a quick second to get things set up and we'll be ready to go. give you the other one. So, and just press that when you're ready to start.
All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. In case you forgot or you weren't here a couple minutes ago, I'm Eli Portillo, Interim Executive Editor at WFAE, Charlotte's NPR news source. We are still waiting for one of our panelists, Jamal Kennard, but we're going to go ahead and get started because I've never heard anyone say, gee, they really just didn't move fast enough with those panels at that summit. So the title for this panel is A Tale of Two Cities. You know, of course, that's a book that starts with the famous line, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And I think for people in Charlotte, maybe that describes some of the economic and social realities. You know, if you look at home prices, if you're a homeowner, this might be the best of times. If you're trying to buy a home, this might be the worst of times. If you are seeing your rent go up, might not be so great a time. If you are a landlord who's owned homes for a while in some of the neighborhoods around Charlotte, this might be a great time. So we're going to talk about some of those contradictions, dualities here in the city, what that looks like on the ground from different parts of our city, and also the media's role in conducting and framing these discussions. So I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. If you could just start out by saying who you are, what you do, what organization you represent, and then just whether that best of times, worst of times line rings true to you and from your experiences in your neighborhood. So Melissa Gaston, I'll start with you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Melissa Gaston. I'm the Executive Director for the North End Community Coalition, which represents the 8 neighborhoods that are surrounding Camp North End. So we're about 1.5 miles from Uptown. And the Tale of Two Cities. Yes, from my perspective in our neighborhood, I definitely see it as a tale of two cities. One of the things that you see in the difference, if you travel to the different parts of the city and you come to our area, and I go all over Charlotte, you see difference in the infrastructure, the upkeep, the maintenance, the basic resources such as retail, restaurants, public amenities. If you look at all the investments in parks and greenways and trails all over the city of Charlotte, tell me where in the North End of Charlotte, which is again just 1.5 miles from Uptown, is there a greenway or trail that doesn't go through a neighborhood where you got to walk on the sidewalk to go through a greenway or trail? Have you visited the neighborhood parks? Our parks look drastically different than the parks in other communities. So there's definitely a tale of two cities, might even be 2 or 3.
Good morning. My name is Monica Holmes, and I'm the Deputy Planning Director for the City of Charlotte and have been managing the Corridors of Opportunity program for the past couple of years. We have a couple of our other staff here who are taking, Erin Gillespie's here, who I wanted to make sure I introduced her. She is the new Interim Executive Manager of Corridors of Opportunity and really running the day-to-day operations right now and doing an excellent job. I am a native Charlottean, and both my parents are also native Charlotteans and grew up on opposite sides of town. And so it really resonates with me, the tale of two cities, because I would say that it is a multi-generational tale of two cities that took a very long time to cultivate and develop, and it appears in all the types of infrastructure and social network and capital, just as Melissa was speaking of. And I think that I'm a glass half full person. I think that some of that tale of two cities is slowly evolving over time, but time is the key word because it takes a lot of time to climb out of kind of where we have been, and it took a long time to get there, and it's going to take a long time to get out of there. But I'm hopeful in that there's a really keen acknowledgement from people working in this room and others of the issues, and a lot of movement around that. So I'm hopeful a little bit. I'll talk more about it, but the Tale of Two Cities, it still resonates, but I want to say, and I really truly believe that that paradigm is slowly shifting.
Hi everyone, my name is Salma Villarreal. I'm the Associate Director of Our Bridge for Kids. We're a nonprofit with a site in East Charlotte and then a site in Southwest Charlotte. And we work with newcomer families, so immigrant and refugees. We have after-school programs, community-based programs, as well as wraparound family support in up to 12 languages for our families. And this Tale of Two Cities, you know, it's absolutely true in my case, in our case, in our community. You know, I moved to Charlotte when I was 3 years old. My family moved from Mexico to Chicago and then to here. And I grew up on the east side, and recently me and my husband were looking to buy a house, and we were like, oh, I can't buy a house in the neighborhood that I grew up my whole life and all the schools I went to. I can't send my kids to if I have some one day. So, you know, for myself, that rings true. And then also as well for the communities that I work with. You know, I was a family support manager for 3 years. And something that we consistently see is that our families cannot also afford to live in East Charlotte anymore. And so they're being pushed out. And, you know, and we have communities around East Charlotte and Eastway that, you know, their rent is $1,600, $1,800, but their apartment is infested with molds and cockroaches. And then right up the street from that, you have $800,000 homes like in Plaza Shamrock. So even just like you throw a rock and it's like you're in a completely different city. And it's heartbreaking. Our families are definitely being pushed out. And I think for us, what we have seen specifically with our families is that the increase in rent and the increase in, you know, is what's driving a lot of the inequalities that we're seeing. You know, families can't afford groceries. They can't afford very basic things like school supplies because their rent is going up all the time. And they're coming to us and, you know, so it is heartbreaking. We see that so often. It just takes 1 month of rent to push a family behind to the point where they have to leave Charlotte. And so it is definitely, like you said, it's that. Yeah.
So one thing, and by the way, I think my mic was off at first, which, you know, I'm the radio guy, so I guess I should have noticed that. So my apologies. One thing that has struck me since I've been a reporter in Charlotte is kind of the stark geographic divides between different neighborhoods and the way that so many of them overlap and correlate with one another. If you look at the Quality of Life Explorer, which is a great tool put out by the city, the county, and the UNC Charlotte Urban Institute, mapping a lot of different variables across the city, across different neighborhoods, you can see strong and persistent correlations between race, income, home ownership, even health outcomes like premature death. And, you know, they're not like fuzzy gradations. In a lot of cases, they're really sharp lines. I think a lot of people are surprised when they see this because, you know, we're decades removed from legal, you know, de jure desegregation, but we still see so much de facto desegregation along different dimensions. From your perspectives, what are the reasons these are so persistent in our city, even though the laws that once enforced them have been off the books for a long time now? And whoever wants to can take it.
I mean, I appreciate acknowledging redlining, kind of racial-based policies that kind of got us to where we are. I think we all know that they have huge impacts on even today, and they stem from, you know, hundreds of years of policies that kind of built society the way that it manifests today. So I think part of it is that persistence just takes a very long time to undo. And so it's not even just acknowledging that they existed, it's all of the dollars, resources, and infrastructure that have to go into kind of undoing it. I'll give a great example. You know, where all the highways are located was really on purpose, and it destroyed a lot of communities, not just Brooklyn and Uptown, but other communities in the North End, out Beatty's Ford, you know, where Highway 16, Brookshire goes out. I mean, that was a community that existed, and people lived there and had thriving lives and businesses. And then you layer onto that the impacts of all the air pollution that comes from all the cars that travel on all those high volume streets, create environmental justice issues. You add on to that the inability to buy housing and create generational wealth. So it's that these problems are very, very complex and very layered over a long period of time. And so I think it is still showing up in our mapping and our demographics and education level and mortality rates, and you know, it's showing up across the board just because the impacts are so extreme that and they're in so many different buckets. So it's in where jobs are located, it's in where housing is located, it's in where infrastructure is located, it's where parks and resources. So it basically ticks every service, every type of delivery, and every part of life kind of had those policies baked in. And so then to undo it, you have to also undo all of the impacts across all of those boards to really have a long-lasting effect. So we talk frequently about you know, in society, we can have a short attention span sometimes with how we fund things, and this is just not a short attention span issue. It's just not. It needs a lot of effort over a sustained long period of time to solve.
Short attention span, she's right on that point. And I'll elaborate on that, Monica. So I see it, and a prime example, I've lived there for many years, Druid Hills. It was a city that, or part of the city where there was true disinvestment by the city. They didn't care about the streets, about the crime that was happening, any of those kind of things. Still give kudos out to CMPD though. They do a good job, but it wasn't a priority, it wasn't a focus. I can just recall before people wanted to move to Druid Hills, before it became the new place to become, when they got priced out of the other areas of Charlotte, the city didn't care whether your taxes, or the county didn't care whether your taxes were late or not paid. Residents went 2, 3, 4 years without paying property taxes. Granted, they were low, $200, $300 a year, so they weren't high, but they went out without paying them. And nobody said anything really. It was like, oh, okay, you know, we might post it in the newspaper, but we're not going after you for the enforcement of that. And then when other individuals got priced out of the higher parts of Charlotte, and they're like, oh, well, wait a minute, you're a mile and a half from Uptown, you have great lots, we can, you know, buy this and tear it down or do whatever, then the city all of a sudden became interested in that and said, oh, well, these people haven't paid their taxes. We need to get them to pay their taxes, and if we don't, we're gonna take their houses. So then we had people from the city, the county collections, tax collections, walking around to people's houses, leaving notices on your door. Hey, you haven't paid your taxes in XYZ. You need to make us arrangements with us to pay for them and take care of them. That's a prime example of it wasn't important until other people made it important, because then they said they wanted to have it. So for me, I just think that that's, you didn't care before, but now people want it, and now it's a priority. So now, when she said, you know, it's gonna take a long time, it is, because it was disinvested for years, like tens and tens of years. Well, I shouldn't say tens and tens, but for a long period of time that nobody cared, and now people care.
And, you know, I'm curious about the same question. We've been framing this through long-term persistent inequalities, but many of the people, most of the people you deal with and help are people who are newcomers to Charlotte and the U.S. What does that look like from your perspective?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, it's very different because in 1990, Charlotte had 1% of the population was immigrant or refugee. So there's not this long-standing history that we have, but you know, we do see and you know face challenges related to it being a new population in the city. And I think there's a lot of cities across the U.S. where you know the immigrant and refugee population has been a huge part of their community, and so there's a lot of systems and things to support that community. And in Charlotte, even though 17% of the population is foreign born, which is a massive percent, 1 in 5 kids in CMS is foreign born or has a parent who's immigrant or refugee or are immigrant or refugee themselves. So a very large percentage. We don't see as much, resources and accessibility for our community. And I think one of the biggest things that we see is access to healthcare and resources is something that our community virtually doesn't have, especially if they're undocumented. During the pandemic, when we started before we were just an after-school program focusing on the success of kids, during the pandemic was when we realized we really cannot separate the success of parents and their stability with the success of kids. We cannot focus on our kids' social emotional well-being if we are not focusing on their family having food at home. So that's really when our family support team started growing, and we found that when we did a survey of our families, 85% of our parents had not seen a doctor since they came to the U.S., which is an average of, we estimated, about 5 years. Some of our families had been in the country 1 year, some had been in the country 10 years. 85% of them had not seen a doctor, and almost all of them had not seen a dentist. So all of those kinds of preventative things, they're not happening. And so, it's interesting, when we were looking at a house in West Charlotte or Southwest Charlotte with a large Latino population, the life expectancy when me and my husband looked at it was 58 years old. And he was like, is there something in the water? And I was like, not quite. No, it's actually a little bit more insidious than that. And when I explained to him, he was like, I don't want to live here. And I was like, well, because, I'm like, well, look, there's no grocery store in this neighborhood. There's no primary care office. There's, if people don't have transportation, how do you get to a doctor? There's no clinic. There's nobody that speaks Spanish in this area. That's all in East Charlotte. And he was like, I don't want to live here. And I'm like, well, they shouldn't have to live like this either. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's not, us versus them. So I think that's one of the big things, and a reason why we're starting a center called the Charlotte is Home Center. So we'll be partnering with Carolina Migrant Network to provide legal resources, and with Charlotte Community Health Clinic to provide free and preventative services to immigrant and refugees. And I think another big thing that we see is access to healthy food. Something that me and Jessica were talking a little bit about earlier is like, our families in our home countries were healthy. Like, we had foods. My dad talks all the time about how all these fruits that he would just pick off trees in his neighborhood, his grandma, all the fruits and vegetables that they grew. And when you come to the U.S., most families, all they have around is things that they can walk to when they're new to the U.S., and it's things like corner marts and canned foods. And, we've definitely seen a change in food programs and moving towards healthy and nutritious, like, full meals. But back then, it was all canned foods and, things that our families don't really eat. And so we did see a huge lack of healthy, affordable foods. And I think the last thing is, language access. Like, there's this idea that in Charlotte, it's just Latinos. But in East Charlotte, where we're located in the zip code 28215, we have, wait, I said that right, 28215.
Yeah. The first way it was too many numbers.
Yeah.
Second
But
way
I was like,
right.
I don't like that. Yeah, okay. Man, I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay, so 50% of the immigrant refugee population there don't speak Spanish. So they're not Latinos, which is...
And what groups are they, largely?
Yeah, in East Charlotte, we have a large Burmese population, Afghan population, a large population from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I mean, it is extremely diverse. Our kids are from Syria, we have kids from Iraq, we have kids from all over the world, honestly. It's interesting, there's this idea that Charlotte is like black and white and Latino, and that's not the case. Out of 195 countries in the world, I think it's like 180, 175 are represented in CMS, so very extremely diverse. But oftentimes these families can't access the services because there's no one that speaks their language, and so they're just not gonna go. Like, they're just not gonna do it. And we have family support navigators that can speak to our families in over 12 languages, and so often the majority of the work that they do is translating. Because if we weren't there to translate, they just wouldn't get services. And it's all these little barriers like transportation and language access, and that really stop families from just seeking out support. And so we hope to break those barriers down. And we also hope to push for a city that is more responsive to 17% of the population.
Yeah, I think that's something a lot of people don't realize. You're talking about 1 in 6 people if you're out on the street in Charlotte, and the second largest group in CMS now is Latino students. So that's a really big shift for a city that I think has historically been kind of in the southern paradigm of black-white.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's turn a little bit now to the local media landscape, since this is a a journalism summit, and we are in a news facility here. What do you see from your perspective of living and working in neighborhoods, in communities in Charlotte, as the way that the local media is getting some of these stories right, and the ways that we are getting some of them wrong?
Why, thank you. Thank you. The things that I see right that are going, I think, and I hope I get the name of this paper right, Q City Metro,
Yeah.
that focuses on the west side of Charlotte, and they focus on minority or people of color stories. I think that has been something that has been definitely needed. And it's a great resource for people. So I think all of the efforts that have gone into that are what we need to see. Oftentimes the mainstream news has a different slant, and I don't think all of it is always intentional, but some of it I think is just you don't know. And if you don't know, you don't know. One of the things that comes to mind that I saw recently that struck me was there was a situation where there was a young lady, she was 18 years old, and she was missing, and they found her. Unfortunately, she was no longer alive, and they found her, and in the news they said an 18-year-old woman was, found. But then if there's a situation where it's a young adult who was white, a female, and she was, 17, 18, they're gonna say, oh yes, there was a teenager and she was found. And that's a difference. Why are you labeling, they're both the same age? Why is one a woman and one is a teenager? And did the reporters actually realize what they were doing? Was it an unintentional bias that they just didn't know? So, what I say to the media is as they go through and they report, how would you report if this was your next door neighbor or in your neighborhood? Look at it from that lens and that perspective. I think it's important.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. A lot of times, we in the media don't think about that and don't always have those conversations about simple language choices. So I'm glad you mentioned that.
I'm glad you brought up Q City Metro because I would agree that it's given the ability to tell more of a range of stories from different perspectives. I also, over the past year, I guess it wrapped up a couple months ago, but I really appreciated that, not just because we're here, but WFAE did a deep dive into the corridors work and told stories from all the corridors from different angles. And if you're not familiar with the Corridors of Opportunity program, I should have probably said this in my intro, but it's a collaborative strategy to invest in 6 historically underinvested corridors: Albemarle, Graham Tryon, Beatties Ford, Wilkinson Freedom, Sugar Creek, and West Boulevard. So anyways, I appreciated that because it gave a lot of different lenses with the WFAE series, and I appreciate any time that there's thoughtful reporting that shows all angles of a story and kind of dives deeper into the voices from those different angles, and an opportunity for them to speak. We found that kind of a criticism is sometimes which I think is over time with media, is that everybody's looking for a headline, like what's the quick grab. Sometimes the nuances of stories get lost of all the different layers and kind of why things are the way they are, or the why this XYZ story is the way it is. And that's just, some of that I think is due to time and trying to attract readers. But my plea would be to continue asking complicated, hard questions and presenting things in the complicated way that they naturally are.
I would say that something that I think the media gets right is, accurately depicting the disparities that our communities face. I think recently across the state, we've seen a lot of studies are coming out about the, immigrant and refugee community in North Carolina. And we always, we get those numbers and we get that data, and I think the media does a great job of reporting on that, as well as on reporting on the services that are offered for the immigrant and refugee community in Charlotte. I don't know if that always makes it back to the community, but it's definitely reported and out there. And I think something that, you know, we see is like, we hear this like number all the time, 100 people move into Charlotte every single day. But that means that people are moving out of Charlotte. And, you know, we see it all the time. I mean, we lose kids from our program all the time. When families join our wait list, we're like, just wait, like you probably will be able to get in. And it's a heartbreaking reality that, you know, kids are having to move around often because the rent goes up and they can't afford to live there anymore. So then they go to a new, and that's a level of instability that we as a city should never try to offer to our children. And it's, you know, something that I don't really see depicted in the media is the reality of gentrification and just how fast it's moving in Charlotte. I think when you compare it to other major cities, it moves much faster in Charlotte. You know, we were in our location in Plaza Midwood where there was a large immigrant refugee population, and just after 4 years of having a program there, we had to leave. And now when you look at that area, I mean, it's really, really different. But even where we are now, we're already making plans to open up a site in Union County or somewhere else in Matthews, because we know that in just maybe if things stay at the rate that they're in 5 years, the likelihood that we have a neighborhood and a community of diverse people is not that high. So I think that's something that I would love to see more in the media. It's just like the reality of, you know, it's not, like you said, it's a tale of two cities. It's not just a boom. It's also like, it's something that's gonna, you know, break communities down.
And Melissa, you mentioned Q City Metro, which is focused on Black communities in Charlotte. And Salma, you mentioned the challenges of language barriers, not just English, Spanish, but you know, multiple languages. We have La Noticia here, you know, leading Spanish language news. I'm curious as to what you see as some of the challenges of like getting the narratives, the stories accurately depicted in what we might think of as the mainstream or mass media. And I'm thinking, you know, like WFAE that broadcasts region-wide, and the TV stations that broadcast region-wide, The Observer, which, you know, is regional and all English, the traditional mainstream media. Do you see, you know, a big challenge in seeing your communities reflected in those, and maybe how has that changed over the last few years?
Keep throwing this to me, thank you. I definitely see there's a change in what's happening. I can look at the Charlotte Observer and see that there's been a change, maybe because the reporters are more diverse, and so you get different perspectives from that. But I think you need to focus on not just the headlines, but focus on really get to know the community. Like QC Metro, that's what they do. They get to know the community, and they're looking for stories about what's happening, not just the bad stories, but the good stories. And I don't necessarily know that the Charlotte Observer goes on that deep dive for that, and they're talking to the people in the community. Yeah, I know I've been interviewed a bazillion times for the Charlotte Observer. You know, they come to me, but I'm not the only person that lives there. There's a whole lot of other people there. They can tell you stories that are different and have different perspectives in mind, so they need to branch out. But I think they're making an effort to do that, but I still think that's a big thing. There's more than, you know, 5 or 6 people who are the spokespersons per se for an area.
Yeah, and I know we're guilty of that too at WFAE sometimes. It is challenging with the deadline pressure that Monica mentioned as well. You're like, okay, well, I know Melissa's there and she'll talk to me, but sometimes you get such a better story when you go out and spend time and just run into who you run into.
Right. You know, and I was having a conversation with somebody just the other day about that, about being asked to do things, you know, and a lot of things that happen in Charlotte, and when the news comes and reports on things, they're happening during the middle of the day. The average person that you want to hear about is at work during the middle of the day. So if you're only asking questions and talking to people and getting together about things that are happening during the day, you're only going to get that perspective for people who have the ability and that flexibility to do that.
I would just say the same thing happens, like WFAE spent the year coming to our community meetings, and all the different types of Corridors events, Corridors Connect, anyways, all the different types of things, but it's the same issue, right? Is that you're only getting a sliver of perspective because people are working, trying to manage childcare, trying to get kids to school and home, trying to get food on the table, anyways, it's all the things that makes life hard to show up to like a specific event. And then that does end up kind of being the on repeat like story or the go-to person. So, I mean, even we have our own comms team at the city that has put a focused effort on corridors, which has really helped us pitch the stories, the good stories, and get the good stories out of the corridors and the communities. So that slight plug, if you have a good story, let us know probably with WFAE. We would love to pitch the good stories. But I think that just needs to continue to ramp up and get more creative ways of how you find those stories, like just stopping in a business and kind of seeing what's going on. There's a lot of really great small business stories in each corridor of people growing. The work that Beyond Open is kind of fostered. And anyways, just more plugs for how you get a diverse perspective of stories and not kind of just the like community go-tos, because everybody has like the community go-tos that seem to pop up a lot.
This reminds me of an article that came out a couple years ago where it was talking about, a large influx, I hate that word, but influx of immigrants and refugees to CMS. And the article headline was, immigrant children, something, is it a boom or a burden? And our community fought back. We're like, please don't ever call our children a burden. And, they changed the article headline, they put out a statement, and they were like, we're sorry, but I think that leads to a larger truth, which is that is how the U.S. is moving towards seeing immigrants and refugees, and I think that the media plays a large role in that. When you look at articles written about our community, it's often from a deficit perspective, and it's with very alarming numbers, like 250,000 crossed the border in January, and it's just scary, but no one's talking about there's a labor shortage. No one is talking about how immigrants and refugees start 40% of businesses, how more diverse a classroom is, the more successful the outcomes are for all of the kids in that classroom, not just the immigrant and refugee kids. And I think that, when we look at Charlotte, when we look at what makes a city great, it's the diversity of the city. If we didn't have the immigrant and refugee population that we have now, you would have never tried Ethiopian food. You would have never tried jollof rice. You would have never had the best tacos of your life. And I think something that's so heartbreaking is, we have a recently arrived Afghan community, and if you have never had mantu, you need to. Your life will be changed. But I'm so sorry, the person that we know that wanted to start a business couldn't afford to start it in Charlotte. So he's in Belmont, North Carolina now. And he's asking the community to go to Belmont to support his business because he can't afford to start one here in Charlotte. And I think we're going to see that happen more and more and more unless we as a city start to invest in our immigrant refugee community and understand that investing in them, invest in our future, and invest in having a city that is diverse and that has amazing food and has rich culture and experiences for everybody. And I think that the media plays a large role in that. When we label kids as burdens, that puts a shift in somebody's brain. Whether they were intentional or not, it is heartbreaking to see how our community is reported in the media. Something that strikes me is when DACA was on the chopping block, when Trump was president and had made it to the Supreme Court and the future of DACA was uncertain. There was so many articles about how many people in Charlotte had DACA and how many immigrants are in Charlotte and this and that. The only people that put out positive stories about people with DACA were Spanish newspapers. So I think it was La Univision in Raleigh reached out to my brother who has DACA, and they put a story on him and his story of how with DACA he was able to achieve X, Y, and Z, and we didn't see that for anyone else. And I get calls, maybe we get a call a month from a reporter asking for some heartbreaking story from our family. And we're community-centric fundraising, and we believe in having a strength-based perspective, so we always say no. But I just wish that someone would call us and say, hey, we have the statistic that 40% of new businesses are started by immigrants. Do you have a family member who started a business? How was that process for them? How successful have they been able to be? Because when we see our community, there's often this narrative of, broken and, abusing and a burden and all of this. But the reality is that when you talk and you sit down with an immigrant refugee families, they have such strong hopes and dreams, and it often revolves around their children. And they want the same things for their children that anyone in this room who's a parent wants. And so I hope to see the media in Charlotte start to embrace the immigrant and refugee community, start to embrace positive stories about our community, and also start to move towards not just seeing, it as Black and white and Latino, but as diverse as it is. And hopefully with that, we start to see a city that embraces our community and fights to preserve diversity in our city so that, we can have an Afghan restaurant in Charlotte and so that everyone can try mantu because it is so good. So
I want to try mantu now, so.
Afghan food is like top 3 for me.
All right. Well, you mentioned a deficit perspective, and I think a lot of times, in the media, when we approach a community, whether it's a historically Black community that is gentrifying or a community that's been disinvested in the corridors of opportunity, we often come at it through this perspective of like, well, what do they lack? What are they, what's wrong? What's the issues, the problems? But let's flip that. What are some of the strengths that these communities that you've worked with in the corridors of opportunity, communities like the North End, what are some of the strengths that they have that, rather than looking at a lack, are pluses?
I mean, I would say the same thing that brought them to the U.S. is their biggest strength, looking for more opportunities, always striving to be better, to, have more stability. Entrepreneurial spirit. I mean, so many of our families, they start off working for somebody in the U.S. and then they start their own business, or they start to be their, like a plumber, but they are on their own and doing things like that. So I see one of the biggest strengths, how family and community oriented they are. When you go to the neighborhoods with a large immigrant refugee population, everybody knows everybody, they take care of each other, and it's such a strong sense of community. He started that business in Belmont, and people are going because there is a sense of community that is built. I would say another big strength is, like the kids. I think it's such a benefit to have, kids, immigrant and refugee kids in our school system, and to, see them then thrive and become first-gen college students and see, what they can do in this world, the different perspectives that they can bring to our city and to our workforces. And so I think having a city that, invests in these communities so that then we invest in the kids and then the kids invest in us and the parents investing in us too. But I think there's so many strengths. I could sit here and tell you guys all the ways where each individual family has, has brought so much benefit to our city. And I think it's also just very different by community. When you talk to each single community within the immigrant and refugee community, there's a lot of similarities, of course, like language access being a commonality, access to healthcare, but they're also really different. When you talk to a Burmese family, their hopes and dreams are often very different than what a Mexican family would be or an Afghan family. They have very different perspectives, they have very different, based on their previous experiences. So, yeah.
I would just add on that the assets of communities is, number one, the people that are there have, again, hopes, aspirations, dreams, and a lot of experience and strength of life and kind of how to navigate the city, how to navigate not just the city as an organization, the city as a place. And how to build culture. There's a lot of very strong cultural resources within the corridors of opportunity geographies. I think the United Neighborhoods program that the United Way and the framework that United Way has set up, which I know both of your organizations are a strong part of, and I see a couple other people here, have become an asset in the corridors because of the strength in growth opportunity between both those organizations and then the ones that are kind of receiving funding and doing programming and really building a relationship one day at a time with communities that can sustain. And then just, I mentioned it earlier, but although the Afghan gentleman went to Belmont to start his restaurant, within the city limits, the corridors of opportunities have a tremendous opportunity for small business growth and have really become a foundation for where businesses get started and grow within the city. And so I think the work that that the foundation has done with Wells Fargo and the Beyond Open, and they're getting ready to do a round 3 of dollars into corridors businesses, is a huge asset and opportunity to continue to grow businesses within those geographies so that people can make more money, afford where they live, and stay within their community to do so. And that just impacts generations to come, their kids, their families, et cetera. So all of those, I think, are promising assets and ones that honestly exist. I mean, they exist and they're continuing to grow.
So for the North End, I think the biggest asset we have is our community and the people that reside in our community. We have lots of entrepreneurs, the people who you see every day, and it gives them opportunities to provide that niche that we haven't seen in Charlotte. We also have lots of little stores that are popping up, especially, I shouldn't say little stores, we have lots of stores. That's a bad habit. We have lots of stores that are popping up in Camp North End and the areas around there that are providing different things than what we've seen before. If you haven't been to Camp North End, you should go experience all the different things that happen there on any day. Just walk through and see that. But I think for us, community is another thing that we see. We have an event that comes every Thursday at our community space for the North End, and it doesn't start, it's from 11 to 12. And we have residents who come at 8 o'clock in the morning for an event that starts at 11 to 12 o'clock. And they have that community where they get together and they talk about what's going on and what you're doing and and it's amazing that you have it. And they like are fighting to come early. Like, we're not opening until 8 o'clock. And they're like, but we want to be here. We want to talk. And it's just that sense of community, which is so important. I think that's a great asset for any area.
Well, go ahead and start thinking about any questions y'all have that you might like to ask our panelists up here. We'll ask you for your questions in a few minutes. But I wanted to ask another question kind of on this subject of narratives and framing in local media. I was a reporter at the Charlotte Observer in 2014 when the Chetty study came out. This was the study, if you weren't in Charlotte at the time, that said the Charlotte region was 50th out of 50 in terms of economic mobility. Basically, if you started off poor in Charlotte, you were more likely to stay poor in Charlotte than any other major metropolitan area in the US. And that, I think it's fair to say, kind of shocked a lot of people, went off like a bomb. It spurred hundreds of millions of dollars in spending and a lot of initiatives. But that's also more than a decade ago now that the study came out, and the data was older than that. So is this still a useful framing, this 50th out of 50 economic mobility? Is this still a useful way for us to be thinking and talking about economic mobility in Charlotte? And, you know, it's a catchy phrase, and it's certainly framed 1,000 stories in the local media, but is it still useful?
I believe talking about it is useful. I mean, if we look around the room, how many people in here have actually read that whole report? It's a long report. How many people have actually read it? Like, what, 5 or 6 people in
I see
here?
a hand over there.
Yeah, like 5 or
Couple
6
hands,
people
okay.
have actually read it, but we all know about the facts that are pulled out. So it is important to keep talking about it because it's still happening. You have people, you know, Charlotte is one of the most, you know, popular places to come to move to in the country. We have 100 people moving here every day, but that's not, and those people are prospering who are coming here. But what about the people who are still here? What are we doing to help the individuals who are the natives who have been here? So when it first came out, everybody was like, oh, let's get together. We've started this and started that, and we're providing all these resources. But what's going on? We're still talking about it. But what changes have we seen? Truly, what have been the changes that have occurred?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Melissa. I think there's value in it, and it's something to latch onto as a rallying cry, and people have latched onto it as a rallying cry. I think that it is still astounding to me that I can meet 3 or 4 people every week who, if I said, have you been down Albemarle Road and eaten at one of the restaurants down there, they would like have no idea where in Charlotte that's located. It's still astounding to me that that exists, and I feel like you can sometimes use that 50 out of 50 as like a get outside of your comfort zone moment and like check it out, expand your horizon. Like, there are other places besides South Park, not to pick on South Park, but you can travel outside of there. So I think it's useful from that perspective. I think the context is really important, like in doing the work and understanding the context around that and kind of where we've come since then and what we're currently doing. But I mean, yeah, it resonates with people. You say that and people are like, let's do something. They get excited about it.
Yeah, I've always wondered, in a counterfactual, would there have been anywhere near the same amount of interest and funding and programs and stories about economic mobility if we had been like 47th out of 50?
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
the numbers would be similar, but does the narrative resonate? Probably not as much.
Yeah. I mean, I can only speak for my community and, the experiences that I've seen in the communities that I work with. But, I mean, I would say that it rings true for our community as well. I don't know, like, the actual, like, data around specifically the immigrant refugee community and how it impacts them. But, something that we always talk about at Our Bridge is, like, most families just need a break. Like, just one break. And then they'll catch up. Like, they got it. But they often don't get that break. And, in Charlotte, the only foundation, the only grantor that provides funding specifically for the immigrant or refugee community is United Way, nothing else. And so I think we see that very often is that, last year we were able to provide, out of the 350 families we worked with last year, because we were only working in East Charlotte with families, we were able to give over 50 families, emergency funds, thanks to United Way, to keep them in their homes. And we saw with just that one time of giving them, that emergency funds when they were behind, that helped the family catch up. And they haven't asked us for funds again. They've been doing good. And so we really do see that if we just give families one break, like, they can catch up. And so to see an investment, like she said, I haven't seen, if there's one grant in all of Charlotte, like, what does that say about if we as a city are investing in this community, investing in 1 in 5 kids? So I definitely would love to see, more come out of that. I think that, something that, like, my dad always talks about is when he first moved to Chicago, he was working at, the place that sorts trash. He's making like $4 an hour. And he just, like, came from being a politician in Mexico and, like, he was gonna go to law school, like, he was like, and then, working at a trash processing place. And the reason why my dad was able to get a different job and move us out of Chicago and come to Charlotte and then start his construction business and, pull us out of that was because a neighbor gave him his car that was, like, old and beat up. And because of that car, my dad was able to go get another job, start making a little bit more money, save that money, and get us out of Chicago, because we were not living in a good part of Chicago. It's not the fancy part. So I think, like, if we just give families that one break, if we just put systems in place to so that they don't have to get to that point where they need that break, I think we'll see a lot of return and investment, which is, I hate that word too, but we'll see it. As a city, we'll see it, especially for the immigrant and refugee community, and that's kind of all I can speak to.
And so before we turn to the audience and give you all a chance to ask some questions, I wanted to end with a question about, you've got a bunch of people from a bunch of different media organizations here and a bunch of different community groups. What do you need? What do the communities you work with, live in, represent, need from the people in this room? And maybe focus that to the local media some, but you can also go more broadly if you want. What do you need from the people who are sitting here and who will be watching online?
That is a great question. I actually have a statistic here. So 85% of Republican and 57% of the U.S., and this is according to the Pew Research Institute, say that the large number of migrants seeking to enter the country leads to more crime. And I read in an article somewhere, I can't remember it, I'm so sorry, but I think it was like 45% of Americans listed immigration as the #1 concern to them in our country. And I think that a large role in that is coming from the fear mongering that we're seeing in just like national news. I wouldn't say local media, I would say more like national news. You know, there's constantly articles of like this crime happening and this immigrant in Atlanta did this. And there is just, I don't know where that fear is coming from, but I can tell you that our community and our kids are feeling it. And, you know, when a certain Republican first came around in 2015, we started having kids that would come to the center and didn't want to sit by the window because they felt like someone might come and just take them. And, you know, we're talking about 6-year-olds here, and that's a fear that they live with because they know somehow that they don't belong here. And it doesn't, you know, you can't distinguish it by kids that have papers and kids that don't have papers. It's not, they all feel the same. You know, we had kids that were from Nepal coming up and asking us like if their parents were going to be taken away. And I mean, it's a fear that I grew up with. And when, you know, we had 287G in our county, 15,000 people were deported in like, I think a 12-year span. And half of them were deported for things like a broken taillight. And, you know, in the NC State Senate right now, we have a bill that's about to be passed, HB 10, that can make that happen again. So we are about to live in a world in Charlotte where 1 in 5 kids are going home every single day afraid that their parents might be taken away from them. And that's just a very real fear that our community lives with. And just to see this rise in immigrant hate, we're seeing a rise in Islamophobia where, you know, we had a police officer come to us recently and say like, hey, we're seeing like crimes against refugees and immigrants going up across the country. Like we need to buckle down on your security. It's heartbreaking. So I think if I have one ask, it's put the true story out there. You know, foreign-born populations commit significantly less crimes than people that were born in the US. So I don't know where that fear is. 57%, like what are you talking about? Like that's not happening. And so the truth needs to come out, the truth needs to go out there. I think not leading to what is popular and what our people are clicking on, but actually reporting the truth, actually reporting about the benefits that diversity brings to our country. I think that's my only ask. And then also having more of a strength-based perspective, telling positive stories, uplifting the people that are new to this country that have changed our city and have, you know, brought benefits to our city. So I think that's my only thing. And also, if you know about HB 10, there's a protest today. If anyone here wants to go, it's going to be downtown. I'm so sorry. I'm an advocate first before anything. And I think like the best thing that we can do for our kids in our city right now is to actively fight against HB 10 and fight against having ICE in our city.
Look, I actually want to go second. I agree with what Silva was saying. Put that positive story out there. I think that's the most important thing. Don't take the negative and keep regurgitating it. I'm going to just jump on this real quick, you know, talking about on Beatty's Ford Corridor where the whole crime happened on Juneteenth and they had the shooting and people died. It didn't happen on Juneteenth and it didn't happen during the celebration. It happened after it. But ever since that happened, what was it, 3-4 years ago, every time Juneteenth comes around, they talk about that story. This is what happened on Juneteenth. No, it didn't. So this year, I don't want to hear that story. So put those positive things out there, put the positive stories, talk about the good things that happen. So a Juneteenth celebration and, you know, there's all kinds of vendors, there's all kinds of people out there. They're doing positive things and showing all the positive things that are happening in the community. That's what we want to hear about. Because if you keep pushing the negative, people are going to think negative, and that's not the truth. And then they already think bad and make their own assumptions. Let's change that around, because if you hear positive, then you're going to think positive, because your reality is what you hear and see.
Yeah, and that's a tension that we confront at WFAE and in local media more broadly. You know, part of our role is to point out the problems and the bad things and hopefully try to fix them, but also not to become focused on that and fall into the you know, the old saying, if it bleeds, it leads trap. And, you know, it's if you look at website statistics, it's sobering what people click on. The crazier you can make it, the more clicks you'll get. So yeah, that's a tension that we live in. And Monica.
I don't have anything to add. Positive attention to impactful stories. I mean, that's I think the message between all of us. And I mean, I don't have anything additional to add to that.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
Apologies.
Well, let's take a few minutes now and, like to hear from you. So what questions do you have? I saw Diego first. Oh, but Chris saw him. And if you could just say who you are and your question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Preston Gibson. First, I'd like to make a statement about the Tale of Two Cities. Charles Dickens wrote that book, I believe 1847, during the Industrial Revolution. At that time, those who worked machines went on to become middle class, became educated and got good jobs, housed and so forth, etc. Those who could not work the machine went to prison, low-income jobs, poor housing. It became a class distinction in England in 1847, and that's what the title of the book tells us it's come from. Now, I'd like to shift gears to what the panel talking about. I believe that closing the gap and disparity of education and also disparity of income will solve the tilt of cities in Charlotte at the present time.
Yeah, that's a good point. That book was about a time of great change, great technological change, and people who got the skills moved up and people who didn't did not. So yeah, how do you see that reflected in your communities? Where are people being set up to succeed in the jobs of the future, whatever those might be? And yeah, how do you see that question of educating people to help solve the disparities long term? And I'll hand the mic to whoever wants it.
I believe that there's a push. I know our organization has a push to help people, not just for you to find a job, but to find a job that's going to be sustainable, that's going to increase your economic stand, because that's going to increase your life. So it's not just about, okay, well, here's a job and they're hiring, but is this a job that's going to have potential? Can you advance? Can you increase your income? We have an organization sponsored through United Way, thank you very much, that is in our community space that helps people not just get a job, but helps them upskill for a job. So you can come in whether you have a job or you don't have a job, but we see that as what it is. I also think changing the narrative about you have to go to college to get a good job. We know that's not the case. You can get a good job and a good paying job without having to go to college. So just change the thought process of people, and I think that will help out in that realm.
Yeah, I mean, within the Corridors of Opportunity program, we have opportunity hubs that are in development in every single corridor with the sole purpose of supporting entrepreneurs and skilling resources for people to upskill and to get kind of the next level job. We can all acknowledge housing is very tough in Charlotte, period. Gentrification, all the things, right? It's very tough. A key part of that equation is getting higher incomes, because we will just continue throwing money at housing, but the bottom line, people have to have income to afford housing. So that is a focus for us. I see Hannah here is with Freedom Communities, and she's one of the Opportunity Hub, not you by yourself, but Freedom Communities is one of the Opportunity Hub partners. But we see that meeting people where they are in the geography in which they live and providing like skills-based training is really important to the overall ecosystem of kind of allowing people to have choices in where they live, being able to afford where they live currently, and potentially even buy or stay in that community over a lifetime. So, I mean, I think that's a great point. I think it's really important, that focus. And we're at the beginning, we are at the beginning of that journey with all of our partners, and it's gonna be a multi-year journey. And my goal is that the investment stays there and there's a continued focus on skilling and what the next generation of jobs is and how we're providing that where people currently live.
I would say the biggest barrier for like skill-based training and things like that is language access. I mean, very, very often these types of programs that provide training and resources for people to get into certain careers are only in English. And sometimes, very, very few times, there's like a program here that they have a Spanish coordinator. So there's like one class in Spanish or something. And then anything outside of that does not really exist. We have a high school family support manager that specifically works with like high schoolers in 11th and 12th grade. And we know that a lot of immigrant and refugee kids who are in that age, they really want to get into the workforce. And we want to give them the trainings for them to become electricians, for them to become plumbers. But really the way that they're going to get a path to that is just by working for the next 10 years with somebody. There is no like program that speaks their language that they get into. And it's heartbreaking to see that. I was in Houston a couple years ago, and they have such an amazing investment in their Latino youth in getting into these skill-based jobs. And I hope to see that someday. I hope to see that change, and that for more of these programs to offer different language resources and to offer different trainings to the immigrant and refugee community. But currently, right now, there's very, very few. And even in the the jobs that our communities do have, our community very often faces jobs with labor rights violations. And I think right now that's what we're focusing on is like so often parents come to us and say, I didn't get paid this week, because they're not going to pay me, and they know there's nothing they can do. And so we have a lot of amazing organizations in Charlotte and in Raleigh that are focusing on labor rights in North Carolina. I'm sure most of you have seen the article that came out this past week about how 27% of construction workers in North Carolina are Latinos, but they account for 60% of all the deaths. It's just, I think right now that is a really pressing point for us. So the jobs that we are taking, there's labor rights violations. People are dying, and the skills to get into better jobs is not there. A Road to Hire, I'm sure you guys know Road to Hire, have amazing apprenticeships and programs, and they had a requirement that someone had to be graduated from a U.S. high school to be into the program. And I had, one of our staff members, she was from Afghanistan. She worked at the National Bank in Kabul, really brilliant woman, and has had to start from scratch here in the United States. And I was like, this apprenticeship would be perfect for her. And when she saw the requirement, she was like, so then I emailed them, and they were like, great, that requirement is gone. And I was like, I love you guys, and I just wish more people would be like that. If everyone could just see that, if we just break down a barrier, and I'm so excited for her and her future, and it just took one person to say, that's a barrier that we don't really need to have, and we can do better on that. And I just wish that more of that would happen.
I just want to, it's interesting you put that. So 2 of our 6 opportunity hubs have Spanish language focus between the Hispanic Contractors Association and the Latin American Chamber, and they're at the beginning of with Sparks Intra. They're at the beginning of that journey. I will acknowledge there's still the language barrier of other languages, right, that have that need, but it's interesting. I feel like that is, from what I know and have experienced in my 10 years at the city, that's one of the first, and we sponsored a cohort last spring with Prospera that was all in language for upcoming entrepreneurs, and we're growing that program currently. But from what we know, that is the first big investment. Those 2 investments are the first big investment in Spanish language entrepreneurship from the city side. So it's like, not to say, oh, but wait, but I'm like, it's exciting that it's growing. There's still a huge need, basically.
Oh, hi, my name is Diego Barjona, editor of La Noticia, the Spanish language news organization. I have a comment and a question. The comment is a number that you mentioned, Salma, which is really important. 40% of small business are owned by minorities like immigrants. However, just 15% of those businesses have access to bank loans. So this outcry for change in the system also needs to go to the financial institutions as well. And now the question. Just yesterday, the Poynter Institute published this study made in North Carolina on how the lack of trust among Latinos in English language news organizations. And this also coincides with numbers last year from a broader study, national study from Gallup, in which say the same, especially with millennials, which are bilingual, but they distrust more English-only news organizations. So my question for you guys is, how, we have here a lot of journalists from different news organizations, how do you believe this might change? Because, you know, we are in an election year. We have 14% of the people here in Charlotte is Latino. We need participation. We need action. So how can we fill this gap of trust?
I'll say one thing from my perspective is I think it's important to not only do the thing where we parachute into communities when something terrible happens. You know, a lot of times it's like, oh, there's been a tragic death, or, you know, oh, someone, you know, is highlighting all these giant problems. Like, if you're not there in the times when there's not a tragedy, it's hard to build trust and be seen as anything besides extractive. So, you know, we've made an effort to do that. We're trying to do that with, you know, we have a series right now called Finding Joy, where we're trying to tell positive stories about diverse communities. We had a series last year called the Corridors of Opportunity, where we, you know, went out to each one of the corridors and told a large array of stories from there. And we're trying not to just do the stereotypical jump in when there's, you know, the mass shooting or something terrible in a community. It's a challenge, though, because our resources are constrained, and, you know, when you look at what dominates the news of the day, oftentimes it is only that latest tragedy. And I think that finding that balance and not just being reactive and only going into communities after something bad happens is really important. And then there's also language proficiency. You know, if our newsrooms are not bilingual, it's very difficult to build any trust with a community that is bilingual. And I think, like Salma highlighted, that goes beyond English and Spanish as well, which is compounding the challenge for a small organization. You know, I think it would be very difficult for most smaller media organizations to make it a focus to hire someone who speaks Burmese. So then how do we build those partnerships and get in touch with people who can help us connect with those communities when we don't have that expertise on staff necessarily? Curious, anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, agree with everything that you say. And also, I have 2 points to that. I mean, I think that Spanish newspapers, I have such like a deep love for them because, raise your hand if you know who Mayra Arteaga was. Anyone in here? She was such a prominent figure in the Latino community. And when she passed away, every Spanish newspaper in Charlotte had her on like their front page or had a very big article about her or acknowledged that she passed away. And so I think that, you know, the Spanish newspapers, they report on things that matter to our community. They report on people that matter to us. They report on issues that matter to us. And when we look at other newspapers, there's a very broad reach, but very often there's not, you know, that focus. And I think they also report on things that make us feel good. Like when you open a La Noticia newspaper, you read about, you know, people that are triumphing in Charlotte and, you know, people that are doing really great things that are Latinos and opportunities that are open to Latinos. And so I think there's this sense of community with these newspapers, with the Spanish newspapers, and there's also this positive focus. And there's things in there that matter to us, and there's things in there that reflect us. And I think it's like you said, it's tough for, you know, other newspapers to do that, but I think just taking a page out of that and just knowing who Mayra Arteaga was and the impact that she made on, you know, the Latin community, I think things like that would make a huge difference and would be able to reach our community if there was things that mattered to us in the newspapers and things that reflected us and things that made us feel good. And I forgot what my second thing was. Sorry. I'm so sorry, I completely forgot.
Try Matthew.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eliza Hammond, and my statement is that I'm actually working on building affordable housing for seniors on Albemarle Road, so I'd like to talk to you a little bit more about the opportunity zones. But my question is, you mentioned how some neighbors were being pushed out of their homes because of taxes. Was there an agency that came to help them? And if so, is that agency still helping some of our communities to keep them from being kicked out of their homes?
affordable housing, that's my thing. Okay. So there are programs that are out there to help residents with their taxes. The city, the county has programs, and they're limited based on income, but they're trying to expand those income limits. So that is out there. I am a listing agent. I do real estate as well. I'm a listing agent for one of the affordable housing builders here. And it's amazing what we see and the people that I have coming through. These houses are $265,000, but there's $95,000 in down payment assistance, which makes it phenomenal where you can get a brand new house for, $170,000. And the people I see coming are the teachers. It's the clerk, the admin who works at the county, who's purchasing these homes. And they definitely need that, and that's something that we're not doing here. So I applaud you for what you're trying to do for the seniors. I definitely applaud you for that. But the programs are out there. If you want to connect with me, we can talk. Yeah.
I think one more before we wrap up here.
Thank you. My name is Hannah Beavers. I'm the Executive Director of Freedom Communities. I just kind of have a question. I think maybe Eli, it's for you and maybe some of your peers in general, but one of the things Salma said is that you can't separate the solution of a child and a parent, like they're connected. And then Monica, you said that we really have to look at the complexity and report on the complexity of these issues. And yet my experience has been like, there's this spectrum of the people that are like the lived experience. There's the practitioners that are doing the work and have such a close connection to those issues. And then you have sort of the general public who has a very surface level understanding of what's going on and are never going to be able to grasp the complexity without this intentional, almost peeling back all the layers of this onion. And yet, like, in order for monies to be directed towards root cause solutions, there has to be this comprehension that a tutoring program, for example, is not going to necessarily resolve our issues, but affordable housing is directly connected to education outcomes. And so I think, so as a body of media, how are you thinking about helping the general public unpack all the layers of complexity of these issues so that we can begin to direct not just funds, but I would say advocacy towards actually changing systems to create sustainable solutions?
Oh, yep.
I'm Marcus
Surprise
Hornaday.
question.
Yeah, I want to dovetail on what Hannah said. I'm with Prosperity Alliance. We're residential developers focused on affordable, attainable housing in the Carolinas. Big presence here in Charlotte. And the dovetail on that, we got a $2.7 billion foundation, one of the largest in the nation, clearinghouse here, right? Foundation for the Carolinas. All the big banks here and large organizations that they don't have the knowledge, right? They don't know the stories that are being told here. And what broke my heart is I'm hearing United Way, that's the only bucket of dollars or funders that support the folks that Selma is on the front line working with every day. So to Hannah's point, how do we take this opportunity to tell stories, not just that hit the complexity, but get the word out and connect to these grantors and these funders who would love to figure out a way to fund some of these organizations. That's where I think really there's an opportunity. Is that you all have a voice, right, and have the ability to reach, the community. But how do we reach those folks who can really help these organizations? There's a lot of money out here in this city.
Yeah. So, my perspective, I've been in local journalism my whole career. I've been in Charlotte since 2009. And I think it's, there's been much more focus on the sort of complexity and the history of a lot of these issues that we're talking about. And I think that's been a positive change in the past 10 years. Like when I started, I don't remember hearing about redlining and, those discriminatory practices. And now it's pretty common, especially since the publication of The Color of Law, it's pretty common to read about redlining and the effects of redlining on things like which neighborhoods have trees in Charlotte in local media. Like, I don't think that was the case when I moved here in 2009. So I think there's been much more of a recognition of the way that there's a lot of history behind these disparities we see. And I think there's been a lot of good local reporting on that. You know, maybe it's because I've been doing this too long, or maybe I'm just naturally a cynic and a pessimist, but I will flip it around some and say, you know, how do you all who are working in the community and advocating and trying to affect change help other people to be interested in the work that we are doing? You know, at WFAE, we reach about maybe 160,000 people a week over the air, which is a large audience, and we're proud of that. But, you know, there's about 2.5 million people in the metro region. If you look at other numbers, they are, you know, the same, smaller, depending on, maybe bigger, maybe smaller, but it's nowhere near a majority. If you look at, you know, I've looked at analytics, and there are tools you can use to see how far down a story people scroll. And it's like, you know, 100% of people will read the headline, 80% of people will read the first paragraph of a story, 60% of people will read the second, and then you get down to like the single digits very quickly as you scroll down. So there is also a component of, I think, how do we get people in the public interested, and how do people who sit where you sit, you know, foster interest in people? Because we can put out great stories all day long and do great work all day long, but we do need people in the public to, ultimately they have control over what they click. So, you know, maybe I sound like a cynical pessimist there, but yeah.
Kind of tangential but related. So if we have a group that the United Way convenes that we call it, we came up with an acronym, which is silly. I think that must be something people just do in large organizations. But it's called the Neighborhood Investment Advisory Committee. And our whole mission is funders who are interested in these complex place-based work, for us to collectively, because the city is an investor, right? And I know that I've seen a couple people, you know, Knight Foundation's there and United Way's there, Fifth Third. We get together monthly to talk about how do we attract more attention and get others to join us on this journey of investing and continued investment in people-based work. So work that impacts people through in geographies, right? So corridors work, and you know, many people here are part of that as part of the United Neighborhoods program. And what we find is that it, like the clickbait kind of wins, like, oh, I'm gonna go give out 1,000 computers, and like that is like an attractive funding. No offense to anyone who has given money to giving out computers. It's very impactful, but that from a funding perspective has kind of like won the day in a lot of ways, because the more complex things, to your point, Hannah, it's hard to like, what's the metric? What's the where there? Like, how are you impacting? And it's like, well, it's generational impact. So we are collectively meeting monthly to have those conversations about like, what is the core, what's the selling point, how are we making that attractive for others, knowing that this is a city with a lot. How is it attractive to others to come and join us? Like, and what does that exactly look like? Because just the 6 corridors, that's a lot of geography, and people are asking us to expand that geography. And our response back is like, we have a lot of work to do in these 6 geographies, and to expand, we need more partners.
We're actually one of the ones asking to expand to Southwest. Like we're always like at things talk, because the Southwest, by the way, 40% of people there foreign born. So just throwing that out there. But I completely agree with everything that you both said. And also, I just want to add to your point. I think a big thing that we see is also when the city and the county invest in something, we start to see the public start to invest and agree with it. So I think something that's always been really important to us is advocacy within the city and the county and local politics to get people like you to speak out and to encourage others to follow. And I want to say United Way is the only one that's specifically for immigrant and refugee. We do obviously get funding from other sources, but I think because United Way's funding is specifically for immigrant refugees, it has allowed us to be so much more culturally responsive in who gets the funding for our communities. Whereas before, it's kind of like a lot of organizations slap on helping Latinos and immigrants and refugees, but they're not as culturally, they don't have that history, they don't have that culturally responsive approach. But because United Way did a lot of work to be intentional about who gets the funding and how they work with these communities and working with, boots on the ground with the organizations in the community, it's been so much more productive, and we've been able to see, so many more resources get to the families. But yeah, I would say that, if we get people in the city and in the county and local officials talking about these issues that matter to the immigrant and refugee community, we'll see people start to follow suit, unfortunately.
Great. Well, I think we're standing between you and food, and I don't want to do that. So thank you all for your attention and your questions, and thank you all for your thoughtful responses. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you to our first panel. We are going to quickly break for lunch, so we have some box lunches out there for you from Blue Barn Bistro in Camp North End. So grab your lunch. Little change this year, though. Please remember to come back in here because we have a special presentation from Marianne Priester, who's going to do a debrief on the latest homelessness, housing instability, and homelessness report from Mecklenburg County. So, and for those on our live stream, we will be back in about 20-25 minutes to get that program started. All right, welcome back. I know it was a challenge to get people to come in from the beautiful day that is here, especially after all the rain we experienced yesterday. So I'm hoping people will continue to trickle in. I neglected to recognize, and I'm sorry you're just sitting down, but I neglected to recognize Councilperson Luana Mayfield here today. So thank you for being here. And I don't, is it, can we share yet? Okay, do you want to share? We've got, okay. And then you'll see this in my CJC newsletter tomorrow too.
Good afternoon, everybody. So quickly, I am LaWanda Mayfield. I serve on City Council at large. Want to make sure that everyone is aware that we are the city. We are hosting a Faith in Housing Summit. It will be at the Convention Center on May 30th. It is from, I believe, 9 to 4, doors opening up at 8:15, but you can go to the city's website. We have it on Instagram. We have it on our Facebook. If you follow me on social media, the information is out there for you to go in and register for the link. When I checked yesterday, we had around almost 160 or more that have already registered. We're anticipating hopefully around 300, but we're really having a very strategic conversation regarding how, as a community, we can address our housing needs, working directly with our faith institutions. Thank you.
Perfect. And remind me, I'm going to chat with you about an idea I have too. And if you didn't catch all those ways to connect, it will also be in the CJC newsletter. So I think most of you subscribe to that. You'll see that in the newsletter tomorrow. Another quick announcement. Just wanted to highlight the stuff that's in your folder real quick. So you all should have received a folder when you came in. If you did not, we have extra. Check out the information from our sponsor, United Way. You've also got some information on the CJC's work. And also, this brochure is about a program that we are trying to launch in Charlotte at the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative and launching a Documenter Charlotte. It's a program in 18 other cities. So you can read more about it here, share with funders that may be interested in supporting this wonderful project. It's all about community journalism, and we are hoping to get that here. QR codes on the inside of the folder. At the end of the day, please scan and take our survey. And you can also access the agenda and a list of other organizations that are here throughout the day. All right. Without further ado, our lunch program today is happy to welcome Mary Ann Priester, who is the Senior Management Analyst, Housing and Homelessness Research Coordinator for Mecklenburg County. She is also the author of the 2023 State of Housing Instability and Homelessness Report, and we're extremely happy to have her here today to give us a debrief on that latest report from Mecklenburg County Community Support Services. For those who are live streaming, if you go to the charlottejournalism.org website and to our agenda, there is a link there to the report, so you can see that report live as well. All right, welcome Mary Ann Priester.
Thank you. Thank you for rushing through your lunch to get back in here for this programming. I know it is a beautiful day outside and I was enjoying it too. I did want to share a little bit of information about kind of what I do in the role of Housing and Homelessness Data and Research Coordinator for Mecklenburg County. So my job is really to pull together data from various sources across the community and synthesize that information so that we can push it out to a variety of stakeholders, right? So not just people that are serving in leadership roles or in city or county government, but also people that are working on the front lines, or community activists, or just concerned citizens. And so we do that through a lot of different venues. We have the Building Bridges blog, which goes out on a weekly basis, that contains synthesized data and information for the community to consider when making decisions or developing innovative solutions. We also put out integrated data reports in partnership with UNC Charlotte Urban Institute. Those typically are focused on homelessness and how it might intersect with some other system like CMS or DSS or the criminal justice system. And then finally, we have this kind of cornerstone report that we put out each year. Typically, the report will come out in December, and what it does is synthesize all of the data that we have gathered, that we have heard from the community is important to be able to drive solutions and decision-making around housing and homelessness in our community. I will say that this is as comprehensive as we've been able to make it to be up to this point. If you have a chance to review it and you see that there is data missing, or you think that there is information that would be important to include to kind of drive these conversations in our community, we welcome that feedback. We welcome your data sources. We really want to create a report that is comprehensive in nature. From the panel this morning, I already have ideas about what's missing from our report too, and what data sources we might be able to leverage or integrate in the upcoming year. So if you have ideas before or after this meeting, please definitely reach out. You can access the report and our blog on mecklenburghousingdata.org, and you can reach us through that as well. So what does the report do? It really informs policy, practice, and funding decision-making across the housing continuum in our community. It quantifies key issues, so it kind of really spotlights and zeroes in on areas that we may need to focus on. It also helps us track key metrics as a community to help us understand if we're making progress in any of the areas that we're working on with the investments that we've been making. So it includes census data. That's why it comes out at the end of the year, because we'd like to try to be able to be closer to the mic. Maybe I'll hold the mic. I'll hold the mic and the clicker, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so it includes census data. It includes data from our homeless management information system. That's a database that people serving individuals who are experiencing housing instability or homelessness in our community enter data in. It also includes our point-in-time count and housing inventory count data. Those are counts that are mandated by HUD because we receive around $6.5 million from HUD each year into our community to address these issues. We actually just released our unsheltered point-in-time count data this morning via our blog, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. We include detention center data, so people that were potentially experiencing homelessness or housing instability prior to being incarcerated or upon exit. We include data from the City of Charlotte, from the Housing Trust Fund, and we also include data from Enlivian. So we have tried to cast a wide net, but as I mentioned, if there's anything up here that you think is missing or you think should be included, please reach out. So I think back in 2019, we developed this kind of visualization of what the housing continuum looks like. And it really consists of housing instability, homelessness, and stable housing. And people move through this continuum either because they're experiencing stable housing and because of some kind of event in their life, they're now experiencing housing instability, or maybe their rent went up and so now there's suddenly housing cost burden. And so we see people move back and forth along this continuum, from some people in housing instability and they never reach homelessness, some people continue on, some people exit housing or exit homelessness into stable housing, and then because of a life event or some other challenge find themselves back in a housing instability situation. So what this graphic does is really kind of outline that continuum, and it outlines opportunities for intervention along the way. And so I'll talk a little bit more about our key findings related to this, but the report covers these three phases of the continuum: housing instability, homelessness, and stable housing. So the first kind of key finding that I want to unpack is from our housing instability phase, and that is about the median cost of rent in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. So you can see on the chart that median rent has increased 30% since 2012. So back in 2012, a one-bedroom apartment, median rent, $1,137. In 2022, same apartment, the median rent is $1,473. But the line along the bottom is what a minimum wage worker can afford. So what somebody who is making $7.25 an hour or working 40 hours a week can afford in our community if they're paying less than 30% of their income on housing-related costs. And that's $377. So you can see that there's a huge gap there, right? We know that in our community, there's close to 110,000 workers that are making less than $10 an hour. So we have a large portion of people in our community that are not making enough money to pay the median rent in Charlotte-Mecklenburg without any type of assistance. And so one thing that's really important to highlight here is that this ties back to a living wage, right? We know that people need to work 125 hours in 1 week at minimum wage to be able to afford that median rent. But it also ties back to affordable housing because we, as I'll talk about later, have seen a steady decrease in the amount of affordable housing stock in our community. And when we have less affordable housing, we see those median rents go up. And so if we're able to not only bring additional affordable housing stock into our community, but also we're able to continue efforts to get people to a place where they're making a living wage, then we will see kind of a closing of this gap that we see on the slide. The other thing that we look at in housing instability is evictions. So from 2022 to 2023, we saw a 60% increase in the number of eviction filings. A lot of that was due to the end of the moratorium, but we did see about 60% of those filings actually result in a partial or full eviction. So that means 20,114 people were evicted in Mecklenburg County in 2022, and that is something that we want to prevent, right? Because it has huge implications. Not only if somebody is evicted, does it make it harder for them to access housing in the future because then they have an eviction on their record, but it also causes financial instability and social instability, not only for the parents, but also for the children. And it taxes our systems that are kind of already overextended. So if we have people that are evicted, they're not able to rely on those personal and social supports, they do end up often in our homeless services system, and it's an increased stress on our emergency shelters and on our social services because we haven't been able to prevent their eviction. So it's really important that we see big investments in prevention and in tenancy support, and again, I'll talk a little bit more about that in the future. Okay, and then finally for housing instability, and this is kind of the metric that everybody here has talked about, right? The housing cost burden. What it means to be housing cost burden is that you're spending more than 30% of your income on housing related costs. So in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, 48% of renters are cost burdened. So that's almost 50%. When we look at people that are making under $50,000 a year, it's almost 100% of those people are housing cost burden. But what we're seeing recently is a trend of where people are making between $50,000 and $75,000 a year are also experiencing cost burden in our community. So now it's not only people that are low income or extremely low income, but it is also people that are in that kind of median income range or that 50 to 75,000 range, 46% of them that are renting that are experiencing cost burden as well. So the line on the bottom, this 47,647, this makes up about 20% of the renters in Mecklenburg County. They're experiencing severe cost burden. So that means that they're paying more than 50% of their income on rental cost. And what that means is that they have to make difficult choices, right? Like, am I gonna be able to buy food? Am I gonna be able to get that medication I need? Am I gonna seek healthcare? I think we heard in the first panel that accessing free or affordable healthcare is a big challenge. And so people who are paying more than 30% or more than 50% of their income for their rental costs are really having to make tough decisions to be able to maintain their housing. The next phase of the continuum that we kind of look at and that we focus on a lot in this report because that is a key area of work in Mecklenburg County is focusing on people who are experiencing homelessness. So what we do every month is we have something called a one number. We use this number to update the community on a monthly basis to what the lowest number of people we know to be experiencing homelessness in our community is, right? Because we don't know everybody that's experiencing homelessness in our community, even though we cast a wide net. But this number that you see up on the screen, our one number, shows the minimum number of people that we believe to be experiencing homelessness on the last day of each month. And so you can see back in June of 2022, we were down to around 2,400 people. In June of 23, we had moved up to 2,700 people. As of last update, at the end of March, we were up to 2,853 people. That did include 900 people and families with minor children, 277 households experiencing homelessness in our community. So this data we feel is really important to track when we're evaluating whether or not our interventions to prevent homelessness, whether or not we have people that are newly entering because they were from that kind of housing stability portion of the spectrum, or whether we have people that are just kind of like newly homeless, newly experiencing homelessness, or experiencing homelessness for a second, third, fourth time. So the rise is concerning, and we as a community are working to better understand where people are flowing into the system. And so that's why there's kind of this big focus on prevention and better understanding housing instability so that we can deploy interventions, innovative solutions that can help prevent people from entering homelessness. And again, because it's the theme of this conference, right? Affordable housing plays a key role there, right? If people can't afford their housing, they might transition into homelessness. If people can't get into affordable housing once they're already homeless for a variety of reasons, income, credit issues, previous evictions, then there's nowhere for them to exit homeless to either. So I didn't share on the chart, but in Mecklenburg County, if you're not familiar, we have what we call the coordinated entry system, right? And so the coordinated entry system has this front door. And the front door is where people that are experiencing housing instability, people are experiencing homelessness, they need to enter through that front door to be able to access resources in our community. And so what we found last year is that 72% of the people who are entering that system that were experiencing housing instability or homelessness already were actually singles. We have seen a growing increase since these data were reported out, that more families with minor children are entering homelessness. More families with minor children are connecting with that front door, that coordinated entry front door, and there's not anywhere for them to go for a temporary emergency housing situation. So you hear about people being in cars, you hear about people being put in hotels by nonprofits in the community that can help with that kind of short-term solution. But our shelter system, the beds that we have right now to provide for families with minor children that experience homelessness, they are far exceeded by the number of families that actually need to enter into those emergency beds to be able to connect to those resources and to eventually exit their homelessness. So I think it's just important to note that, yes, we need affordable housing, but we also need beds and locations that can support people as they stabilize and transition out of homelessness. And right now, we don't have beds for families with minor children that are really meeting that need. So that's a growing concern. The other thing we look at when we talk about homelessness data is this point-in-time count. And if you're not familiar, it's mandated by HUD. They ask that we go out into the community on one night in January and kind of take a snapshot of everybody that's experiencing homelessness. It is known to be an undercount for a variety of reasons. Not everybody's touching the system. Some people stay hidden on purpose. Some people don't want to let you know that they're staying in their car with their kids because that might be some kind of consequence that they're going to experience. They might lose their kids. So there's a lot of reasons why this number is not all inclusive, but it is a number that we use to kind of understand better mostly our unsheltered homeless population. And the reason for that is that on that one night, we have a huge community event where we go out and we try to identify people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. So those people sleeping in a place not meant for habitation. Maybe they're in a car, maybe they're just sleeping outside, maybe they're sleeping in an abandoned building. And that is the best data that we're able to collect on people that are living unsheltered in our community every year. And the big reason for that is that they stay hidden as well, right? They don't want you to know where their sleeping location is, so there's often trust issues. So it's hard to engage people, so they're not typically captured in our numbers, and they're not captured in those kind of emergency housing situations. We did just release data on our unsheltered count for the point in time count for 2024. So on January 25th, 2024, a couple of months ago, we counted 384 people experiencing unsheltered homelessness in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. We know, again, that that's an undercount, right? That's the absolute least number of people we know to be experiencing unsheltered homelessness in our community. And that's important because that's a hot topic in our community right now, right? I'll move on from that. Another thing that we look at is something called system performance measures. So HUD kind of tells our communities how we can figure out if we're doing a good job by looking at our data. And what you can see up on the screen is a metric that we call length of time homeless. So HUD wants to know how long it takes from when somebody enters homelessness until they exit homelessness. And what you can see up here, the blue line, a concerning trend, right? Back in 2018, it was taking about 105 days, a little bit over 3 months for people to exit homelessness once they had entered. Now we see that that average is up to 135 days. Now, we also look at the median, right? Because we know that there are people in our shelters that experience what we call long stays of homelessness. So that's anybody that has been homeless for more than 180 days. And they maintain their homelessness in shelter, often for a variety of reasons, but one of the big ones is access to affordable housing, whether or not they can actually get into the affordable housing that is available because they might have barriers, and in a tight rental market when there's limited affordable housing and landlords can pick the best possible candidate to take that unit. The people that we are often serving in shelters are being overlooked for these units because they might have an eviction or some other type of challenging barrier. They might not have any housing history at all, and like all of those things are keeping them out of the limited affordable housing units that are available. And then finally, kind of some good news, right? So what we do know is that the interventions that we are doing to help people stay in housing once they've been able to exit homelessness are actually working. So it used to be roughly around 24% of people who exited homelessness to housing returned to homelessness within 2 years. We've managed over the years to get that down to 19%, so a 5% decrease, but that is largely due to a focus on what can we implement, how can we provide long-term subsidy, long-term supportive services that are going to help people stay in their homes once they've exited homelessness. Okay, moving on to stable housing. So one of the things that I kind of talked a little bit about earlier is that there really is a lack of low-cost rentals in the Mecklenburg County area. And how we define low-cost rentals is units that are less than $800 a month. What you can see is back in 2011, 45% of the rentals in Mecklenburg County were less than $800 a month. Now in 2022, that's only 12% of rentals. And so, and what we find actually is that those rentals are really geographically segregated, mostly in West Charlotte in 2 primary zip codes. So not only are we losing affordable housing that was maybe naturally occurring in our community, but that affordable housing is also concentrated in a corridor of opportunity where there's limited access to resources already, and not dissipated throughout the different zip codes of Mecklenburg County. So this one's a little bit hard to see, but this is data we get from the city of Charlotte and from the census, basically looking at what the actual affordable housing need gaps are in our community. And so you can see by, it's kind of small and I apologize for that, but you can read the report. But for people that are making less than 30% of area median income, and that makes up about 33,000 renters, we have a 25,000 unit gap. So down here, around 8,000 people are able to actually rent and spend 30% of their income that fall into this income bracket. But then what we also see is that there are people that are making 31 to 50 or above that are also getting into these affordable units, right? So we call that renting down. So they can actually afford something for 50% AMI or even 120% AMI, but because of whatever reason, they're a better candidate, they've had a connection, they've been able to get into these affordable units and rent down, and so that means that those units are not available for the people that actually need them. So that's around 25,000. We see kind of a similar trend in the 31 to 50% AMI. That makes, again, around 33,000 renters. Around 7,300 are actually renting at their income level and paying 30%. We have around 7,000 are having to rent up, right? Like they fall under this, in this 30% and below AMI bucket, but there's no units for them. So they have to actually choose housing that is above their affordability level, which means that they're often going to be cost burdened, which contributes to housing instability. So you see it's kind of a cyclical thing, how affordable housing really relates to all these other aspects of the continuum. We see, kind of renting down up until you get to the 80% AMI and below. But again, when we look at this 80% to 51% to 80%, 32,000 of those renters are actually having to rent up. So they're having to pay for housing that they cannot actually afford because there's a lack of affordable units for them to be able to get access to. So what we have found is that we are seeing, with the Housing Trust Fund's great work, some decreases in the gaps for 50% AMI and below. I think we have about a 3,000 less gap than 2022 for both of those different income levels. But we are starting to see a growing gap for that 51 to 80% AMI range. And whether that's related to people that are moving in to Mecklenburg County, or that's related to just a serious kind of raising of the rents across the board, we still have a serious gap of affordable housing in our community. And the impact of that is that it kind of forces people into housing instability because they have no choice but to pay those higher rents so that they can have a roof over their head. And then this chart really looks at that housing inventory count that I mentioned. So what HUD has us do is look at the homeless services system, look at the broader community, and kind of quantify the resources that we have available in our community to assist people that are experiencing homelessness. So the top part is kind of temporary emergency housing, right? That is when people have entered into homelessness and they are able to stay in a place that is not a place not meant for habitation. They might stay in an emergency shelter or transitional housing. And what we've seen is that we've seen a slight decrease in that over the past couple of years, but again, there's an increasing need. So we haven't increased these emergency shelter or these transitional housing beds in our community, but we continue to see an influx of people that need these beds. And so, it's kind of a trade-off. Do we build housing or do we build shelter? Do we leave people outside while we're waiting for the affordable housing to be built so that they can access it? So I think that's a tension that exists when we talk about where we're going to dedicate resources. But right now we haven't had a huge increase from 2022, but I can tell you that we had a huge increase in need. We also look at kind of the housing interventions that are available for people to exit homelessness to. And so that is rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, other permanent housing. What those basically mean are differing levels of subsidy. It might be short, medium, long-term, lifetime subsidy, and the amount and types of supportive services that are attached to those types of housing. And so we have seen a huge increase from 2022 to 2023 in the number of permanent housing beds available in our community. That's largely due to the influx of emergency housing vouchers that we received through the American Rescue Plan. I think we were able to house 479 people in our community using those vouchers who otherwise would not have had access to housing. That's a long-term subsidy. I think they've changed it where it will not end now. So those are people that can be in safe, stable, affordable housing long-term. Those vouchers, unfortunately, did not come with supportive services funding, and so that's the kind of intervention that's often needed when people are provided with subsidy, is those supportive services to help them maintain housing stability, whether it be ongoing case management or just somewhere that they can go when they need to address some kind of emergent need that they're experiencing. Okay, and then retention. So what this basically tells us is that 96% of people that we are able to help exit homelessness to one of those types of interventions I just mentioned, stay in their housing. And so that really just tells us that like housing first works, that getting people into housing and putting a roof over their head and then working with them to help address their self-identified, self-determined goals is really a successful model in helping people stay in their housing and stay in their housing long-term. So that's a point of celebration, even though we talk about the great need in this report as well. Okay, so what does it all mean? How does it relate to affordable housing? Why are we talking about it here? Just to kind of connect the dots, like I've already said it multiple times, the cost of housing, the lack of affordable housing options, and then those stagnant wages, those all contribute to whether or not people are going to experience housing instability or homelessness in our community. And it not only impacts whether or not they experience those things, it impacts how long they stay homeless once they become homeless because they're unable to exit the system. We have a high demand for emergency shelters. We also have some programming in our community that has very narrow eligibility criteria. Often we're seeing that people are required to have an income, and that income has to be from a job, and if they don't have that employment income, then they're not going to be able to access that resource. So what we are seeing is that we have some programs with those very narrow resources that are going underutilized, and so we have people who are sleeping in their cars, but we also have beds that are open. So there really needs to be a target, a goal of the community to really figure out how to use all of the beds that are available, because beds shouldn't be empty if they are there and people can come inside and be in them. Also kind of a broken record throughout this, but like the demand hugely exceeds the need. That's not only in relation to affordable housing, that's in relation to shelter, that's in relation to case management services, that's in relation to the prevention spectrum of services that we're able to provide, whether it be legal assistance or just helping somebody prevent their eviction, or she's gone now, but just giving people that one little financial boost that they need to be able to get back on their feet again. So all of those are where we lack resources, and the demand just continues to grow. So how can we decrease housing instability and homelessness? Supporting households and increasing income is a big one. I think we heard from the first panel that, you know, a lot of people are in low-wage jobs, and often there's not a pathway for them to access any type of training or resources that will help them get into those more skilled positions that are associated with higher rates of income. I think there's also just making sure that people are accessing programs that will enable them to get a living wage is just really essential, and making sure that we're even examining what's called supported employment. So maybe I see Joe Hamby in the background, but some of our programs really kind of provide that ongoing support while somebody stabilizes in an employment position because maybe they haven't been employed in a long time. And so that type of really kind of focused, supportive efforts around income are really needed. Engaging new property providers and encouraging landlords to accept rental subsidies. I mean, I think I've said it already, this is a huge problem, right? If you have somebody that is applying for a unit that makes $120,000 a year and they have perfect credit and they've never had an eviction and they have, you know, nothing on their criminal background, and then you have somebody that has the money to pay for this unit ongoing, maybe through a program or a voucher, but maybe they've got just one barrier, like maybe they've never rented before, so they have no rental history, or maybe they had that one eviction 7 years ago. And so the property providers and the landlords are choosing those people that are kind of have the kind of spot-free, no barrier, because there's a lack of affordable housing, and they can choose the renter that's kind of like the brightest shining star, right? They're not going to choose people with barriers. And so even though the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County implemented kind of a policy against source of income discrimination, we're seeing that discrimination surface in different ways, right? So they're saying it's not that we're not taking a voucher, it's that they had an eviction 7 years ago, or they had a charge 25 years ago. And so those are the reasons that we're citing for the not giving people units and getting around this kind of source of income discrimination policy. And then finally, just expanding affordable housing options, whether it be new construction, rehab, or increased subsidies. We need all of that, right? Like, we need new construction, but that takes kind of longer term to get off the ground. We need rehab of those naturally occurring affordable housing places in our community, because a lot of those are very old and need to be rehabilitated to be able to support people being housed in those units. And then of course we need an increase in subsidy. We have 2,853 people experiencing homelessness in our community, and nowhere near the subsidy or the units that's needed to help them exit their homelessness. Okay, so, you know, we say this all the time, a cross-systems approach is needed, right? So it's about affordable housing, it's about supportive services to help people maintain that housing stability when they get in there. It's about employment opportunities. It's about intentional efforts to reduce discrimination. And then it's also about tenant protections. And I know we'll talk about this later on in one of the other panels, but you know, what are we as a community doing to really ensure that tenant rights are protected? We have great resources in legal aid and legal services here locally, but these are small programs that don't, again, the demand exceeds the need. And so what are we implementing above and beyond legal services that can be offered that really make sure that tenants' rights are protected, that they're not evicted without just cause, that their evictions are able to be protected. And there are different models across the country that we can look to that can help us enhance tenant protections. And I'm actually really excited to hear the panel later on this afternoon. And then finally, a home for all. So United Way is a hot name in this room this morning, and they are our community's quarterback organization to implement a plan called A Home for All, which is really focused on making sure that if somebody does experience homelessness, it's rare, brief, and non-recurring, and that everyone in Mecklenburg County has a safe, decent, affordable place to live. And there's a variety of ways that this plan is being implemented in our community to work toward those goals. You can talk to KT over here if you want to learn more, how to get involved. But we are making a concerted effort in our community, and we definitely need more resources and more support. Did I do good on time? Yeah.
A few questions, if you may have questions.
Hi, my name is Colleen Murphy. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that some of the options Charlotte has to incentivize the building of affordable housing are limited by the state policy, like that there aren't enough carrots or sticks, however you want to define that. Could you talk a little bit about that, like the, and maybe like the outlook on whether that could change if I have that understanding right?
Michael Engel, can I lean on you for that question? Michael works for the city, and this is kind of his cup of tea.
Oh, no, I will take all the help I can get in crowdsourcing the answer here. So, I mean, the state of North Carolina is what's called a Dillon state, and what in effect that means is that the cities are limited in their capacity to implement some, efforts, such as inclusionary zoning, for instance. So we can't have a direct inclusionary zoning policy, and so what a lot of cities across North Carolina do are workarounds to that effort. But yeah, I mean, there's certainly other roadblocks that exist beyond the city level that inhibit affordable housing development for sure.
Thanks, Michael.
Yes, just to follow up on my colleague Michael's comments there. Miles Vaughn, City of Charlotte Department of Housing and Neighborhood Services. And one of the challenges, quite frankly, with regard to the city approaching our approach to addressing the affordable housing challenges is that it's going to have to be all hands on deck. The city alone can't do it there. And we have some really good, strong partnership with developers, philanthropic, corporate as well there. But we've recently made an effort to make sure that some of the higher end market rate developers at least have incentives to include affordable housing units within their market rate development. So how do we do that? For example, let's say they want additional building height or length there. Well, in return for that, if you provide us some units on site integrated throughout the entire complex there, you can have that additional height. Sometimes during voluntary rezonings, you have developers that have voluntarily committed to providing units on site. And those units have to be rented out to households that are at 80% of the area median income or less. So yes, is it a grand slam? No. But is it a step in the right direction in terms of all hands on deck, taking that approach to including the low to moderate income households to have these opportunities? Absolutely so. And we're always open to thoughts, ideas, and comments there.
Thanks, Miles.
Anybody on this side? I feel like, okay, more on this side.
Thank you. Diego Barahona with La Noticia. I didn't see it in the connecting the dots, but I would like to know for you how transportation or the lack of public transportation is a factor in housing instability.
That is not data that we have traditionally included in this report, but have, heard not only from people that are experiencing homelessness or that newly housed after kind of exiting homelessness, that transportation is a huge issue. I mean, often, where the affordable units are available, there might not be transportation available. And so are we asking people to go into a housing situation where they're going to have no access to resources because there's not a bus that comes there so that they can get to their doctor's appointments or to the grocery store or, whatever need that they need met? I have been thinking around kind of looking at the Quality of Life Explorer because I know that the transportation data is included in that and where there are gaps and how we might better include that in this report for the upcoming report that will be published in December. But I would love to hear if you have ideas about ways to frame that or things that should be included. I would love to connect with you. Oh.
Hi again. My name is Preston Gibson. How do you stop outpricing in the housing market, being outpriced?
Do you mean if?
I'm fine for you. Meaning that, say, one nice house, meaning the house costs $300,000 $300,000, and just can't afford it because you make $15,000 an hour on a job. If they put the price at a certain level in certain neighborhoods, they can keep certain people out of the neighborhoods. They're outpriced. And that's fine. But you can't get in because you just don't make enough money or meet the economic standards to get in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely an issue. I think one of the programs that one of the panelists talked about earlier this morning about that kind of getting into a $200,000 house, but through the home ownership program, I believe was through the city, they get a $95,000 down payment. So it's like those down payments, which are really a big barrier to being able to buy a housing, right? Like my husband and I had to save for a long time to be able to get that 30% to be able to buy our own house personally. And so providing that down payment assistance really gives people access to housing and kind of can give them access to those different types of housing that they might want. I mean, of course, you're still going to be limited by mortgage, but I mean, you're right, that's a huge problem. And then also, I think and we talk about that locally, the corporate landlords coming into communities and actually kind of raising up the prices so that people can't not only access home ownership, but can't access rental housing units in those neighborhoods either.
Hi, thank you for this awesome breakdown of the report. It's really amazing work. One question that I have is around the number that you shared with like the 281 families in homelessness. And yet, if we look at the sort of what McKinney-Vento describes as children in schools, that number is, I think, over 4,000 at this point. So can you help me understand how you guys are defining what is, quote, homeless versus maybe what the school system and the federal government might be describing as homeless?
Sure. So for our Community One number, we operate off of a HUD definition of literal homelessness, and so that means that somebody is either staying in emergency shelter, transitional housing, or in a place not meant for habitation. But what we see among McKinney-Vento students is that those families are often doubled up. They're often staying in hotels and motels, and so they don't meet the definition of HUD homelessness, and so therefore they're kind of not included in that broader count. And I'm not saying they're completely excluded, because there are people that are receiving McKinney-Vento services that are in our local emergency shelter. But I think what we also hear from people doing McKinney-Vento work in school is that largely the families are either being doubled up with friends or family, or they are staying in those hotel motel situations. And we as a community have not come up with a good way to figure out or quantify the number of people that are staying in hotels or motels because they can't access safe, decent, affordable housing. I will say that we are interested in kind of trying to do some data integration with the CMS McKinney-Vento data and the data that we have to be able to see kind of who's left out of our count, and that might give us kind of a better understanding. But generally, we operate off that HUD literal homeless definition, and so that's why you see kind of differences in numbers. I think also the other piece of it is, you know, once you're McKinney-Vento for one school year, you're in that program for the entire year. So it's not necessarily that I think the last count I saw was like 4815. So it's not necessarily that all of those students are still experiencing homelessness, just that they did at some point during the school year. So that's another, figuring that piece of it out too. But we are kind of, we have asked for grant dollars. Maybe we'll get funded to be able to better integrate those data so we can make sure that people experiencing kind of McKinney-Vento homelessness get connected to services they're eligible for.
Okay, I've got 2 more questions, and then we've got to get to our next panel.
Thank you. So we know that we also have a number of homeless teachers within CMS, but what I was hoping to hear in your report, and the question is the county tracking since the 2019 property reevaluations, how many of those homeowners are now in our system? Because we have 2 different things going on. You have in there to look at identifying more property owners to accept vouchers. Property owners had to go up on their rents because most people property taxes went up, in some cases over 200%. So if you have an escrow, if you're lucky enough to have an escrow, that escrow just jumped $200 or more. That has to be recouped some kind of way. But we're also, on my end in the city, I'm receiving a lot of emails from residents who were stable, purchased homes more than 10 years ago, but their property value went from, say, $70,000 that they paid for their house in 2001 to over $300,000 a day, and that has caused a great impact. So is anyone looking at that and having conversations about the people that our language, our being government, has created with pushing them into homelessness?
We did not look at that in this report, but I do think that that's kind of an excellent idea on something that we can explore in this future report. I think we do get from census data, which, you know, is kind of operates a year behind, that we are seeing more homeowners that are experiencing cost burden as well. That's in the report, not in the slides that I presented. But I mean, I thank you for raising that issue, and I think that that's something that we can explore for this year's report and see what we can find. What we find is often that we don't have the data that we need to do the analysis that we want to do, but we can definitely see what we can get.
My question, first, thank you for this presentation. but my question centers around your comments around us not having enough transitional housing, and was just wondering of how or if we are using the opioid settlement funds to provide housing to those that have experienced drug addiction or addiction of any sort, and how we can incorporate those funds that will be distributed over the next several years into addressing this really basic need that is in our community.
Yeah, I'll caveat this by saying that I have limited knowledge on this, and I don't know if Brandon or Aaron want to chime in, but we do have a rapid rehousing program, so a short-term subsidy up to 2 years with supportive services associated. That has been implemented in our community through Queen City Harm Reduction. And just to speak to the fact that there are people that are experiencing homelessness that are not captured in our counts, they've been able to identify through their work people that need that housing resource and are working, and they've actually housed several people already since they started, I think, back in June of last year. I do think Hope Haven also got some of the opioid settlement money, but I don't know, Aaron or Brandon or anyone else in the room have anything to add. That is something I think also that needs further exploration for us to kind of dig into a little bit more during our next report, particularly around funding sources, right? Like, we don't really get into the nuts and bolts of who's funding what and like who that might be leaving out or who it could serve.
Okay, thank you again,
Thanks,
Marianne. Round of applause. And I know we had a few more questions, so are you around for a while? Okay, so we will have a break after the next panel, so hopefully we can connect. Also, a reminder that you can read the full report on the charlottejournalism.org website. In our agenda, there's a link there. I also want to, again, thank our sponsors for today, United Way, Wells Fargo, A Home for All, and NC Local News Lab Fund, and Wells Fargo. So with that, we touched on tenants' rights during that conversation, so leading right into our next panel, I want to welcome up Lisa Vernon Sparks and the panelists for the next panel. Yep. Are we good?
Sophia. Gotcha. Hi, Nick.
How are you doing?
Oh, I did.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We ready?
Hey, yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Good afternoon. Welcome. I'm Lisa Vernon Sparks. I'm the Race, Culture, and Community Engagement Editor with the Charlotte Observer, and I'm really happy to be here. I just want to thank the panelists for making time out of their busy day. Everybody's very busy to come here and join us for this event, and to thank the leadership team of the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative for putting together this forum and giving us all an opportunity to have a community conversation about something that seems to affect 44% of people who live in Mecklenburg County, renters. All of us rent, I rent, and it's interestingly, because I came from New York City originally, and in New York City, they have this thing called rent control. And rent does not go up more than 3%, if that. And there's this thing about if you get a rent stabilized apartment in New York City, you're golden. That's as good as buying a property, a home. So it's interesting to me that a union has surfaced for tenants' rights. We know about unions for workers' rights, and that's a big conversation that's been going on. It goes back to the trade unions back in the early 1930s, and now there's a new resurgence of unions with the younger generation. But a tenants' rights union, that's really interesting. I know about tenants association groups, but this is a union. So I guess my first question would be for everybody, what is this tenants union? You know, how did it start? And just a little, I direct that question to Nick. Nick, I'm gonna let Nick introduce himself as well.
Hey y'all, can y'all hear me? Oh yeah, there we go, yeah, perfect. Hey y'all, I'm Nick. I'm the Executive Director of the North Carolina Tenants Union. So I'm excited to get to share that with y'all. Yeah, let me give a quick overview.
Please.
So the North Carolina Tenants Union is made up of 6 local unions around the state. We have locals in Asheville, Winston-Salem, here of course, with Jessica's incredible work that we're gonna dig into. In the Triangle, in Durham and Raleigh, in New Bern, out on the coast, and in Wilmington. Each of those are organizing at several different levels. So there's building and complex level organizing. Often that is around, let's get the mold out of your kitchen. Let's get to a place where you're collectively negotiating leases, because then you have a lot more power against your landlord, very similar to a labor context. And then also are operating on the level of pushing for municipal policies that we think can be instrumental in dramatically expanding tenants' rights, supporting tenants to be able to organize. And ultimately, our goal is to change the underlying state law that really enshrines a out of balance, the power dynamic between landlords and tenants, where landlords have dramatically more power.
So now that this voice has emerged for tenants, and I apologize, I didn't introduce the rest of the panel here. I kind of got ahead of myself. So before we get into that, so you all have met Nick, who's the executive director. I'm going to have Ismail introduce himself.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Ishmael Tayyem. I am in private practice as an attorney. Most of my practice consists of representing tenants. Actually work with a local tenants union here that's not part of the statewide tenants union. Have done legal work on behalf of them also. And with a local group called the Charlotte Housing Justice Coalition, which engages in organizing, education, advocacy around housing as a human right. And we've worked with other people, including Action C, Jessica here on the panel. So glad to be here.
So go ahead, Jessica. No. I'm Jessica. She, her, ella. I am a housing justice organizer. Have been doing organizing around housing since 2017 when my community was displaced. And ever since, I've been organizing in mobile home parks, apartment complexes, single family homes, motels, hotels, you name it, I've organized it.
Hello, I'm Sophia, and I'm here basically to share firsthand kind of what they're here for, but I'm the one like living it, so I'm here to, you know, talk to you guys on a more firsthand experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan Mack. I am a doctoral student at UNCC studying community psychology. So instead of intervening at the individual level, intervening at the community level. And I have had the privilege of working with Jessica over the last several months on social housing, which are models, permanently affordable shared equity housing models.
Excellent. So now I'm going to direct actually the next question to Jessica. I did a preview story about this statewide tenants union, and I asked Jessica some interesting questions, like why is this important right now? And one of the responses that Jessica gave me was that democracy is cool, that this is all about bringing democracy for tenants and equity. So I want you to maybe explain a little bit about your role with respect to the statewide union and your representation with Charlotte, since there are 6 unions that are, or affiliate unions, I would say, that are representing the different metropolitan areas in the state. So go ahead. So democracy is cool. Those are definitely Nick's words. That's totally his personality. Democracy is cool. And but why is it important? It's important because there are people all over the state going through the same thing, living in situations with predatory landlords, living in situations where
wages don't go up. What we heard in the report, wages don't go up, rent is going up in all parts of the state. And so this is important for us to have a body where tenants can plug into and have a resource. A lot of the time, the law is not the best recourse because we don't have the protections that other places do. The law is not always right. And so that's why we exist, because we believe that housing is a human right. We believe that by organizing and through organizing, we will level the playing field. We will build tenant power and ultimately uplift the voices that need to be heard. Who should control the housing? The people that live in it. Who should have a voice about what happens in their housing? The people that live in it. And that's what we fundamentally believe across the state.
Right. So, question now directed to Ishmael about what's happening legally with the state and stuff, because yes, we should have the power in our hands since we are the renters. It affects us the most, but I'm just, like, I gotta be honest with you. I was struck when I moved here that there was no rent control. And it just blew my mind when I got my renewal from the lease, and I lease in South Charlotte. I live in that part of town. The rent almost went up like 8%, and I was like, that's ridiculous. And I had to negotiate my own lease. So I would like to ask a housing lawyer legally, why is there no rent control in this state, and what is happening legislatively, if you know, or the laws, and what can be changed with the laws to help us? I know that's like 3 questions I asked you.
Yeah, well, I just want to say I'm from Clinton Park in West Charlotte, but I went to law school in CUNY in New York, so I'm like familiar with New York housing law, and so I feel for you, especially having moved to South Charlotte. That's, but so I mean the main thing is that it's banned at the legislative level, right? So it's enshrined in the North Carolina general statutes that rent control is not allowed at the state level. And in addition to inclusionary zoning, there was a conversation in the previous presentation about the lack of statewide tools. I don't think we should ever allow that to be an excuse for the city to not do more, because the city has control over its budget and over other tools. We'll come to that when we come to that. But I think in terms of changing the law, I mean, I believe that starts, and I think evidence shows that starts with community organizing. I mean, that starts with being able to build a base of power, and the other component is education, right, and understanding how things work. Because even if you're able to create a critical mass and get people together for an idea, you kind of have to know how the system works and where and how to be able to leverage that people power, right? And so I think locally here in Charlotte, I mean, the fact is we kind of have to say it, the developer lobby, the landlord lobby have a lot of power. Not just in terms of being able to influence, I think, city council and influence policy and decision making, but also, I mean, this is a very sort of pro-growth, pro-development type city, and that is what is prioritized. And that is done, I think, knowingly at the expense of things like affordability, at the expense of working people, at the expense of people of color. And there's a long history of that being done here. As saying that, both studying it from a policy level, historically, and also as a person that's from here. So, I think when you kind of begin to understand that, the people who are impacted have to be able to build some kind of leverage that can at least act as a counterbalance to the power of these larger corporate lobbying groups. And that starts with a union, a tenants association, community organizations, and I would say different types of organizations being able to come together to be able to, first and foremost, press the city to enact policies that are pro-people, pro-tenant. We're trying to do that with pushing the city to fund eviction defense and eviction diversion, right to counsel. There's a lot to be said about that. And then also the unity between traditional labor unions, tenant associations, community groups, and ordinary people, being able to sort of collectively leverage that power with direction and understanding about the way in which policy works and how decisions are ultimately made at the local level.
So I was going to ask that, what can be done on the local level, or what kind of support does the union want to see from the city or legislatively? But I think more important, having this very high level conversation is, how can the average renter tap into this new resource? Like, how do you get in, like, because normally when you join a union, you get hired at a job, and then they tell you you have to join a union, and you sign up and stuff, but how can someone tap into these resources? Someone like Sophia, you know, which I was gonna ask you in a little bit, you know, what are some of your experiences, but I'll get to that, but, you know, either Jessica or whoever can answer that question, you know, how did you tap into the resources?
Okay. Yeah, that's a really, really good question. So the short version is that folks should reach out to one of the locals and get connected with an organizer, and then that organizer will follow up and have a one-on-one with you and basically assess, okay, let's talk through your situation in particulars of how are you gonna be able to build power with your neighbors. Something that's really important, because I think we'll probably talk about this more in a second, like, we're always really mindful that given the pretty bad legal landscape, there's a lot of risk for tenants, right, to fight back. And something that we want to be really upfront with on the front end is, like, if you fight your landlord alone, you will probably lose, right? And so, you know, you can go to our website and see the Know Your Rights piece and all of that, and that's good, but really the power and efficacy is going to come from having organization, talking with neighbors, building a durable organization that can get in a fight and stay in a fight, because it's really crucial that not only is there, that, you know, when a landlord is thinking about, oh, I maybe want to get rid of these folks who are organizing, that you have enough of your neighbors there that actually economically they can afford to do that, right? In the same way that if you have density in the labor union context, like, they can't afford to fire everybody. So that's really, really a crucial piece. But each circumstance is a little bit different, and so that's why the first step would be reach out and get in touch with an organizer. For folks who are anywhere on the state, you can go to our website and just, like, there's a form that basically is like, hey, here's what's going on in my building. I would love to connect with someone, and then we'll have someone follow up with you. But yeah, I think that is really going to be the first step. Yeah.
Sorry, and just one aspect on one part about the legal aspect. So in some of the work I've done working with people organizing locally at apartment complexes, I do think that there are protections for when a landlord retaliates. There are protections for, like, when a tenant makes requests for repairs, a landlord is legally not allowed to then try to retaliate by not renewing their lease or by evicting them, even though it happens all the time. It's like a common practice. So I will say as well, another important thing as with any organizing piece, you know, unions have attorneys, so it's good if you can have some kind of, like, legal help and guide, particularly for those who are maybe the leaders or the people who are the most visible, who are organizing on the ground. And I just wanted to mention that just because that's, like, I think practically I've kind of seen how this plays out, and it's really important for the leaders to have some kind of protection or at least representation to fully understand what the risks are and how to maybe navigate the organizing they're doing.
That makes me think of costs, and I know I want to talk to May too as well and find out some solutions, but it makes me think of costs. Like, first of all, how are you guys funding this union? Or you're just coming together and say, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to talk about it? And then if someone, like a tenant is having issues and is afraid to reach out, but then they said they don't have any money, they reach out to you. I mean, so those are basic questions just to kind of, you know, sit on and percolate that for a moment. But I'd like to introduce May and maybe talk about what kinds of solutions can you offer for people who are living in affordable housing, like how this can help them and stuff, because obviously there's not enough affordable housing, and the fact that rents keep going up or rents are not stable, you know, kind of sabotages that.
Yeah, it's a big problem. I kind of just wanted to tag on to what Ishmael was talking about, in that in North Carolina, it's called, like, state preemption, that we have the state, North Carolina, has preempted rent control since the late 80s, I think, which means that it is, like, in statute that we cannot have rent control. But it was mentioned earlier that North Carolina is a Dillon Rule state, and I just recently learned this term in the last couple of months, right? And so there's Dillon Rule and there's Home Rule states. Dillon Rule means that unless it is explicitly written within North Carolina statute that local governments can do it, then they can't do it. Home Rule means that unless it's explicitly outlawed in statute, then they can do it. And so I say that because when it comes to solutions, there's certain things that at the state level we are preempted from doing locally. But there's a lot of things that there is statute when it's cobbled together, right? It's not gonna be just written out for us, but when you put it together. And so, you know, what Nick was saying is alone, it's really hard to navigate and figure all these things out. But tapping into an organization that's working on these issues for you as a renter, that's an action that immediately you have more power because you have more social capital, because you have different people in different ways. And so there's local campaigns that can be ran where you directly engage with local government, where local government's looking for solutions too, but we don't know everything, but there are solutions out there. And whether that is having, you know, a revolving low interest loan account that's only available to permanently affordable housing developers. Or if it's partnering with the local land bank so that there can be land and property funneled into these different programs. That is the capacity that local governments have, and that there just needs to be the motivation and the political will and the guidance, really, to make sure that that happens.
So I wanted to direct another, oh, did you want to say something? Go ahead. I was going to direct a question to Sophia, but go ahead.
Yeah, so something that was mentioned earlier is like, what these laws, what do we have? The reason that we have really bad laws is because landlords are organized. They have groups that lobby for them. They have money, they have time, they have business models that they use. And so the only way that we can counter that is to organize tenants, is to organize within our communities. But that's why these laws were passed in the 80s. The National Rental Home Council pushes these things, and they represent all the corporate landlords.
So that's true. I was thinking about that council and stuff because they're a lobby for the corporate landlords. And I was wondering how many corporate companies are in Charlotte or in like the state? It's probably hundreds, probably. And which ones are like the worst in affecting people? Like,
You want me to list them?
I don't know. Just say how many. I didn't list
There's
them.
a lot. There's a lot.
And they own everything, right?
I can make a song about this. Progress, Invitation Homes, Tricon is being bought by Blackstone. MAA, Greystar. I could go on. And then we haven't even talked about the mobile home park corporate landlords, which is a thing.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Exactly. That's why we're
I
here.
thought
That's
the
why
whole
we're
idea of going to a mobile park was to kind of get away from all that, which is that's a great segue to Sophia. I just wanted you, maybe if you could share some of the experiences that you've had living there, dealing with landlords, maybe landlords not coming to do repairs, or what their responsibilities are, and what's your responsibility, or what you think, or what they think your responsibility is versus what they should be taking care of, since you're paying rent.
So I just want to start off by saying that I have experienced some of these issues, but I'm mostly here on behalf of my community because I live in a predominantly Hispanic Latino community, which they're not really open to coming forward about these issues, especially with like things like HB 10 coming into Charlotte. You know, that definitely puts them back to coming to it, but it gets really complicated in mobile home parks because, you know, we might own the mobile home, but you don't own the land. Right. So then it comes to like, sometimes they treat you like, okay, you're the owner, you have to do this.
But you don't really own the land.
Yeah.
You only own the mobile, the trailer. Right?
Yeah, so they kind of like use it to their convenience on us. So for example, we have, you know, like they say again, the land is not yours, but we want you to pour concrete here for new parking spaces, you know? Another thing is like, there is again risk of retaliation. I've seen it happen to some people there. That's why a lot of them don't fight back. Even me coming here, I do think about it in the back of my mind, that just being here, if a landlord maybe watches or hears, and they recognize me like, oh, I know
We
her.
appreciate you taking a chance
Yeah.
to come out. I'm hoping this is a safe space to speak, but, you know.
Yeah, like I've had some issues, but not as bad as other people have had it. You know, there's some people that have been told to vacate in 5 days, which is illegal. But again, these people are predominantly Hispanic, Latino in the mobile home parks, which they feel like, okay, well, they told me 5 days. I have no rights here. You know, I have to do whatever they say. And so that's not the case. But again, one of the biggest things, as Jessica and Nick have said, is organizing, but that is the hardest part, organizing. It's, I've been doing this with Jessica for like 2 months, and in a mobile home park of like 200, maybe a little more, we've barely gotten like 30 people to, you know, get involved. And even then, in other meetings, we notice, you know, it kind of goes down. So that is the hardest part.
How can we get past that stigma? Right, because people are afraid, because most people, they just want to live, right? They don't want to be bothered, you know. They see the chaos or, you know, happening all around them, but they're afraid to step up. And so I was going to ask you, what does that look like? And you kind of said, yeah, you know, you've got 30 people, but what, you know, what can you do to kind of like, okay. Go ahead. You're so polite.
I just want to take the opportunity to mention something that the media can do to support organizing and organizers. This group has been very supporting of a lot of my work, and it has helped a lot to uplifting the issues with the corporate landlords or things that tenants are going through. However, some deltas.
Oh, sorry, that's an organizing thing. Delta, like a thing you change, so like we evaluate everything. So plus is like what went well, and delta is like what do you do better next time? So delta.
Thank you, Nate. Sometimes the relationship can be extractive or seem a little extractive. I'm gonna call Jessica because she knows all the renters. Can you give me a renter that fits X, Y, and Z? And I'm like, it takes a lot of time to work with renters that are gonna feel comfortable to speak out. And so sometimes what we experience as organizers are, it takes a lot of time to get people prepared to be able to speak. And it would help if people could use stage names. A lot of the times I hear, oh, we need them to show their face. We need them to say their name.
Because that compromises the credibility of the report or the objectivity. If you put up there, and I get, there are some occasions, you know, speaking as a journalist here, occasions where you use anonymous sources, but it's really important for the credibility of a report to use an actual person, because the reader doesn't know whether or not we made that up. Like, how do we know? How do we know that's true? So you have to almost be able to trace back to that person, which is the way it was done in the old days. But I completely appreciate the concern or frustration that you have when a reporter or a journalist comes to you and they say, oh, we're trying to find this type of renter that fits into this paradigm because I have this thesis that says, you know, this happened, that kind of thing.
So I want us to take into consideration retaliation.
Right.
When people put their face out there, they are more likely than not going to face retaliation of some sort. Our job is to build with people so that they're protected by their union. However, retaliation is real, and if the landlords can do it, they will retaliate 100%. And so this is something that I want everyone in the room to be aware of, right? We are a legitimate organization. We could trace it back to us. You know, that we need to find a way to work together. And then also, can we get a commitment to, if a tenant speaks out and they get retaliated against, are you gonna commit to covering that retaliation?
Well, see, it's kind of a catch-22, actually, because if you don't say anything, no one is gonna know what's going on, and you're not gonna get any help. So if you put it out there and somebody sees it, then that's a better chance of putting pressure on the powers that be, because you've made it public knowledge that whatever travesty is going on. But at the other hand, I mean, I would certainly follow up with someone that got retaliated and put that out if the subject was willing to go with it. But I really appreciate that. That is a huge concern because, right, the media, we want to partner with, we want to report on these things and shed some light on it and get the conversation going and such.
And it can't be a thing where maybe the first story, the tenant is not ready to say their name, but the follow-ups, they are. You know, it's a thing. And then also, what else did I want to say?
Well, it'd be interesting what other media that's
something,
would have to say
you know, something that was mentioned in the first panel was the language barrier.
Right.
That
we had
is
a conversation about
that's a
that.
huge thing because
Right.
sometimes what I hear from Latino newspapers is, you're organizing and that's great, and it might affect Latinos. However, I need a Latino to speak out about the issue or it's hard to cover it. And it can be, you know, interchangeable with English media as well. It would help if you put the story out there, translate it, and then we can find the people that are Latinos, you know? So, yeah.
I do have another question from you, Ishmael, before you jump into that, but you can add to that. But I also wanted to ask you, maybe talk about some of the toughest landlord-tenant laws, that if there's a way to, not to get around the law, not to do something illegal, but, you know, what can be done to kind of, so people can understand what their rights are with regards to the law and how they can work with it to maybe to their advantage, in addition to what your follow-up that you're going to say about.
Yeah, so I think one of the most important things with any organizing campaign and work, and you know, Jessica and I have done this in some of the campaigns we've worked on together, is the education piece. It is extremely important that every single citizen, every person, particularly obviously those who rent, kind of know what their rights are as a renter. We know that based on the economic trajectory of things that in the future, the majority of the population will rent. And so, you know, what that means is that, you know, I think one of the most important things that you should understand is basically when we're talking about issues of income and homelessness and instability, a lot of people that are either, you know, rent burdened or people that have barriers, meaning they have an eviction on their record or something of that sort, are sort of forced to rent in older apartment complexes that may be substandard or just may not be as well maintained. And so what that means is, first and foremost, is obviously you have a right to live in a place that is safe and habitable, right? And so most municipalities or localities have what's called a minimum housing code. And the minimum housing code is it's basically one sort of standard that can be used to determine if housing is safe, habitable, livable. And so Mecklenburg County has that, and that minimum housing code is enforced by city code enforcement. So one thing that a lot of my clients, when I talk to them, they don't realize is that have really, really bad conditions and there are all sorts of violations. I asked them, have you called 311 to call city code enforcement to come and basically inspect your apartment and then if necessary issue violations against your landlord so they can fix these issues? Most people don't know about it. Right, and city code enforcement is tasked with enforcing the minimum housing code here in Charlotte. There are, like I said before, actually joining an advocacy group for tenants is something that is explicitly recognized and protected within the North Carolina General Statutes. It can be raised as a defense to an eviction. I will say some case law, they've poked a lot of holes in the retaliation defense, unfortunately. A very powerful defense also that's often used by a lot of legal aid attorneys and legal advocates is that the landlord is supposed to give a written notice. If there's a monetary demand, they're supposed to provide a notice to vacate and they're supposed to provide a notice of holdover. Landlords often don't do this, and that's a means to get an eviction dismissed on procedural grounds. And then frankly, another basic thing is that a benefit of being represented, at least, is that if you face an eviction proceeding, it's often it's a summary proceeding, it's fast. And it's intended to be fast. It's intended to deliver possession to the owner, and that's the thinking behind it. So if you have an attorney or you kind of understand the process, you can delay that process and really buy yourself some time. So say you're renting a house, the owner wants to sell the house, they want to sell it within a certain time frame. If you can exercise your rights, you can draw the process out, which can give you a little bit more leverage. If you need to find a place to move, if you need something fixed, if you need whatever it is in that particular situation. So to that end, you know, we've been pressing the city to implement right to counsel, which for us is the city directly funding eviction defense and eviction diversion. Right now, the county only funds it, but we think the city should fund it, and it is a part of the city's policy, the anti-displacement recommendations of the NEST, the Anti-Displacement Commission of the city. And as of now, in the current budget, it's not in there. I think there's been some maybe confusion or some a lack of political will to do it, but this is one instance where the city is not constrained by the state. The city has control over its dollars and over its budget, and this goes back to that conversation about who ultimately is sort of, who's in the ear of whom and who's able to influence decision making, right? This is something that is clear would benefit tenants and is comports with the city's own policy. And the last thing I was gonna add was, I know which mobile home park you live at, and the reason that I do is because I have a client. I just settled a case there with a client. And without going too deep into it, it's like my office is at the Latin American Coalition, so I actually represent a lot of like Spanish-speaking clients as well. But yeah, I mean, I think the issue isn't necessarily just the law, because there are some strong consumer protection laws in North Carolina, and the landlord-tenant relationship in North Carolina is seen as a consumer relationship. So those protections do apply, like Chapter 75, unfair and deceptive trade practices, so on and so forth. The problem is that in a lot of municipalities, there's just not, the laws are not like enforced, right? Enough people don't.
Where can people find this information? That's the thing, because a lot of that, what you're talking about is excellent, but you know, the average renter, like, they don't know where to look for this kind of stuff or where to find these resources.
Yeah, I think.
You almost need, like you said, education. It's almost like you need a workshop to kind of like a tenants, you know, a union workshop to kind of help people understand.
Yeah, there needs to be more education, and I'll let some of them speak to that.
I just want to say, like, I was really agreeing with what Ismail was saying about people not really knowing what their rights are, you know, what really is the law that landlords can and can't do. And another thing with the right to counsel, what he was saying, I think that's really great too, because if you think about it, it's probably easier to agree to pay $200 more a month than seek out $1,000 to pay a lawyer and fight the case. It's much easier to just, okay, I'll pay $100, $200 extra, and
then it
whatever.
doesn't get any better.
Yeah, exactly. It just keeps getting worse.
Well, I was going to direct it back over to May, because I know May does a lot of research on this, and if you had any things to add to that, to what's happening with the law and, you know, people understanding what their rights are, as Ishmael so eloquently shared, and Sophia.
I guess one thing that I would highlight is that we've mentioned organizing is really important. Organizing is not something that is typically seen as something that the city or county would fund, or funding to actually build the capacity of tenants and build the capacity of individuals that are experiencing these. But I would argue heavily that it's actually a very cost-effective way by funding organizers to then build the power of tenants to actually be able to push for the rights that they actually already have, but that they're not aware of.
That was just a question I was going to ask anybody on the panel, like, what kind of support do you expect, which Ishmael also talked about what the city's doing, what kind of support can you expect from the city in that regard? And you just, you know, mentioned that, you know, it'd be within their best interests to kind of fund these grassroots organizations.
Heavily, and then, you know, just really the laws and policies after the Great Recession, after also during COVID, has really empowered corporations versus empowered people and households. As many I'm sure probably know, but after the Great Recession, rather than making sure that people were able to stay in their homes when they were being foreclosed on, there was just mass portfolios sold off to hedge fund managers. And to Wall Street. I mean, the largest transfer of wealth that we've ever experienced in the history of our country. That same approach has been taken during COVID too, with most of the subsidies that's really been given out going into the pockets of private investors. Not at all empowering the individuals in the houses, you know, and so I don't know if now's the right time, but it's the right time. And the opportunity that I've had working with Action NC and with Jessica has been specifically doing research on something called green social housing. Social housing is shared equity models that are permanently affordable, democratically operated, or community-led, and socially equitable.
Is that like the land trust? Like
The land
like
trust.
the West Side, that's an example.
Yeah, exactly. There's 3 models. There's housing, there's community land trusts, there is housing cooperatives, and there's something called deed-restricted land covenants. Deed-restricted land covenants are something that the cities and the counties can directly do, making sure that the deeds are affordable in perpetuity. Right now, the main vehicle that we use to provide affordable housing are LIHTC properties, though they're pre-planned expiring. They expire after. Oh,
what's
LIHTC
LIHTC? I
is
know, we're
low.
getting a little heady here.
Sorry,
We're in
it's
conversation.
I just learned that it was called that a couple days ago.
LIHTC.
Well, it's called low-income housing tax credits, but
the
LIHTC
low
is shorter,
income,
right?
Right, I've never heard it pronounced that way, yeah.
That's-
I just usually read the letters, but
Me
the low
too.
income tax
Ishmael did taught me.
LIHTC. I wanna pivot a little bit, just to one quick question from Nick, and then open it up to the audience. I'm sure the audience has tons of questions that I probably missed. But, so, to May's point about, you know, supporting organizations and the union like that, how are you guys funding, or like, I
Yeah.
touch upon that a little bit?
Sure. So, in all the ways that we can. So, the first is, right, like, we're a union, and so we do have dues-paying members.
Right.
The dues structure is like a sliding scale, right? So, for folks who are, you know, paying or have, you know, pay $25 a month and they live in public housing, right? Like, then their dues are $1 or less, right? And then it'll change depending on folks.
So do you have to be a member to get help? Like, do you have to like sign up for it to actually get help? Or can someone from in Charlotte call Jessica or just reach out or go to the website and reach out and say, hey, I got this problem with this landlord?
Yeah, so the short answer is no, and the much longer, the slightly longer answer is the power that the union has is from the tenants, right? Like the distinction between the membership of the union and the union, there is none, right? Because we're not an organization that, we're not operating in a context in which, oh, you have a contract, you call like your business agent in a labor context, they come help you do arbitration. None of that legal framework exists for tenant organizing, right? It's much more similar to what labor organizing was like in the 20s and 30s, where the power comes from strong organizations, density, being able to leverage economic power and political power and public pressure. So we don't talk about like, when tenants come and say, hey, this thing is going on, right? Our role is like, we'll help you in the sense of, we'll walk with you through the process of building an organization with your neighbors, and we'll be with you that entire step. But it's like, I say this to folks all the time, if I had the power, or Jessica had the power to like fix the thing, we would just do it. Right? Like, yeah, it'd be incredible. I just text the landlord, they'd be like, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this the entire time. We forgive you. You know, like, but we don't have that power, right? The power comes from people's fighting and moving forward.
And putting pressure on the landlord.
Exactly.
I just
and then
wanna give-
just like,
I'm sorry, finish up.
Oh yeah, and then to speak to the broader funding piece, which is all to say that, so we have dues, we're also, right, our goal is ultimately to get to a place where like fully self-funded in that way. We're now, but as we're expanding, you know, there are a lot of folks who are in a spot where like they care deeply about the housing crisis and they could probably afford $25 a month or $50 a month. They're in a spot where they're maybe a better position than folks who are really, really on the edge. And so if folks want to become sort of solidarity members, we are open to that, and that's great and supportive. We have some other sources of funding as well, like we work with some foundations and all of that. That being said, our structure is intentionally democratic and we have pretty strict rules about we can't take money that will restrict the autonomy of the tenants deciding what they're gonna do, right? So like, sometimes we'll have foundations saying, hey, we really want you to work on X. And the answer is always like, maybe. You gotta give me like a month, we're gonna go talk to a bunch of people, and then if the tenants say no, like, we're not doing it, right? Now, so because, as sort of a political commitment, we care about that democracy, right? And we're an internally democratic organization. But also practically, to go back to the point we're saying, is the power of the union is the members. Right. And so if the members are not excited about doing a thing, we have no power to do it. And so we're not gonna do it. So, that's sort of our ongoing process, yeah.
Well, wanted to give the audience a chance to kind of ask questions that I may have missed, that maybe some things that need to be clarified that the panelists have said. I'm sure there are some questions from anybody about, how about, I see. Well, let's start from the left here. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So it's Kristen Locke with Beehive, a local architecture firm. So the question I have, I guess, or as you're talking, I'm thinking about, so you are more so advocating for people that are in low affordable housing per se, versus are you also getting people that are in the nice buildings and the nice condos? Are you pushing for them to be there to help us be a voice? That maybe that would be
My understanding it's for all, but I'll let Jessica speak to that. Yeah. It's a good question.
So it was mentioned, I don't know, in another panel or a presentation that this affordable housing crisis is affecting everyone. Everyone. We don't have protections as far as rental increases. Those rental increases are touching everyone that rents. And so for the last 3 years, I've been organizing, not traditionally our base. Our base is usually working class, low income, or really low income folks. But for the last 3 years, I've been organizing single family homes that from people that rent from corporate landlords. So these folks can't afford it. They're professionals, they're CEOs, they're college professors, like you name it. And they're being affected by this too. We're talking $300, $200, $500 I've heard. I talk to people at the door all the time. So, yes, we have built, we actually have a bunch of renters that rent from these said corporate landlords that have joined our Renters Rising Tenant Union, which is a national tenant union. But we're connected locally, statewide, federally. Like, this is not an exclusive issue. Like, y'all, everyone has it, so.
Yeah, and just one quick thing to that point. I mean, so from what I've seen from local organizing, we've been in campaigns where you may have renters that are maybe, let's just say, more middle class or better off economically. And then you have renters that maybe live in conditions where the apartment complex just does a really bad job of maintaining the complex. I would say the latter of the two tends to determine how people get mobilized. If people are in an apartment complex that's just poorly maintained, regardless of their income levels, they're more likely to come out. I do think that if you have people that are maybe a little bit better off economically, they're more willing to, for lack of a better word, maybe try to work with the system and maybe less inclined to go toward organizing, maybe because they feel as though they have other options, even if that isn't the case. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So someone else had a question?
I will say that just real quick. Tenants that live in corporate landlord housing will have the money to fix their home themselves, and they do that. Instead of fighting like their landlord to fix the things, they can afford to fix it themselves, which usually low income don't have that capital to do that.
Hello, my name is Celeste Hart. I write for Black newspapers here in Charlotte and in Cleveland, Ohio. I cover wrongful convictions and mothers who kill their babies, so I know about studying the laws, and I'm in courtrooms from the first floor to the 8th floor regularly. I just got evicted March 28th. I was in the house 13 years. Landlord, I hadn't seen him in private in 9 years, and I reached out to you. And I know the laws. I mean, you say, how do you get to know the laws? I read transcripts, 800 pages, autopsies, police reports. It's nothing to read these statutes. All right, I have them all right here. I went to the legal aid workshops. I studied, and I fought this landlord for almost 18 months. All right, by myself, because I knew the law.
What happened?
And it's all right here. On March 28th. Oh, and the judge, Keith Smith, all right, I mean, he gave them all the bond money. I mean, I went through the whole process, almost 18 months fighting, because I wanted to see how these laws work. And if they do, and I did reach out to you also, and if they worked, and they absolutely don't when you're by yourself, okay? And the landlord just lied, the lawyer lied, he had these problems. I'm thinking, oh, I'm against 2 white men. And that's what it got down to.
So what's your question?
So what do you do? I did reach out to you, and you did say, oh, no, we can't help you with that. And this was before the eviction. They got all my bond money, and I got nothing. And this here's a picture of the landlord sending somebody digging holes in the front of my house to cut off the water 12 days before Christmas. It was okay with the judge because I did not have a lawyer. So that right to counsel, and they do have that in Cleveland, Ohio, but we don't have a lot of faith in it because of the CIUs and knowing the history. So if you do the right to counsel, it needs to be monitored. And somebody outside of that union or, the council, the city, whoever, it needs to be monitored properly from the beginning.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, thank you.
To the panel, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I don't remember like exactly when you reached out to me, but what I will say is that I'm a private attorney and I'm one guy. And so what's happened is that like I get probably 5 to 10 calls every day from just mostly from people that just have questions, people that have issues with their lease. Some have a court date, some don't. Some maybe like yourself are on the cusp of maybe getting an eviction, but they don't have one as of now. And like I said, I mean that's me like as a private attorney. It's to the point as to where Legal Aid of North Carolina refers cases to me, right? And the cases that I take on are often cases where we're taking the fight to the landlord, right? So those are heavily resource intensive cases. But coming back to your point about right to counsel. This is why it's an absolute necessity. There's absolutely no reason for the city to not fund eviction defense. There's no reason to, unless some group or lobbying organization is against it or whatever else, but it's a part of the city's own priority. And it's exactly because legal aid, the county funds legal aid of North Carolina, legal aid is restricted because of the federal funding that they accept. So for instance, legal aid can't do class actions. Legal aid can't lobby. Legal aid can't represent undocumented people. Right? If the city were to put this funding into place and another organization were to take it on, that could hire attorneys, then these restrictions wouldn't apply. We can go back and talk about 2018, Lake Arbor, the mass displacement incident in West Charlotte off Tuckasegee. It was, legal aid was involved in that, but the tenants ultimately filed a class action, and that went through the Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy, and then I think the North Carolina Justice Center stepped in as well. But there were other legal organizations that were able to do that kind of work. I would say it seems like since COVID, the capacity to represent people facing eviction has actually decreased and gone down, even though we know from the previous presentation that the number of evictions have gone up. I mean, this is it's frankly to me, it's inexcusable that the city doesn't fund this, and it's something that the city can do, and the budget is around the corner. So please call your city council person, whatever, and let them know that you want right to counsel, let them know you want funding for eviction diversion and defense. And yeah, like I said, I'm a single guy. I can't get to every single person that calls out to me and reaches out to me, unfortunately. And so that's why I put a lot of my time into trying to organize as well.
I'd like to respond that what can an individual do is they can organize, learn how to organize. I didn't know how to organize. I wasn't taught in school how to organize. Action NC came to our neighborhood and said, if you can get a group together, we'll go to your house. And we did. And we were like, what can we do? And we learned what we could do. And we did those things. And we won a small thing in the grand scheme of things. But that showed me that we can actually build power as renters, that our voices are not just squashed if we come together. And then things like that we're pushing, like policy, that's not something that we would manage as the tenant union. That's something that we push so that we can have better protections. But we wouldn't manage it. I don't want to manage that. But I want my tenants to get that money, that help.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, did you want to add to respond? No. Okay, go ahead.
So this is, I'm interested to see how you guys respond to this. I was in Raleigh about a month ago, and we were lobbying for something completely different, but followed a group called REBIC, which you might be familiar with. And they were advocating for how the state can create more affordability for housing, surprisingly. And what I understand is that, you guys talked about LIHTC, a couple years ago, a LIHTC unit would cost maybe $150,000 a unit to develop. Now that cost is accelerated about $300,000 a unit. So it's more expensive due to interest rates and construction costs. But have you guys looked at, in essence, what the quote enemy is advocating for to create more affordable housing versus what you guys are saying is needed to create affordable housing, to see if there's alignment across that and there's joint things that you can be advocating for to create more affordability within the state and the city? Does that make sense?
Yeah, a great question. So this dovetails actually well into a thing that, to get to talk to a bunch of folks who are in the media, an important sort of narrative thing that is valuable to keep in mind. So we often are talk about or are told that the housing crisis is fundamentally a crisis of supply and demand, right? And a lot of those proposals are about how do we cheapen the process to get new units online faster, right? Sometimes also there's things sprinkled in there about we want to lessen affordability restrictions to make the financing easier and so on, right? But the fundamental premise there is, the problem is there's too few apartments and there's too many people who need them, right? And that's like a pretty intuitive thing, especially for people who've like looked for apartments and you're like, I cannot find a place, this is really, really hard. The thing that is important for us to keep in mind and hopefully a takeaway for y'all who are in the media just to hold is that that's actually just not what we're seeing is happening. So, as rents in Charlotte have gone up, the vacancy rate in Mecklenburg County now, hold on, I wrote it down, is 8%, right? That's quite high. For reference, the rent stabilization system in New York automatically expires if the vacancy rate ever goes above 2.5%, because their analysis is, if we get past that, we're not in a housing crisis anymore, right? In other places around the state where we're seeing rents rise even faster, like out in Asheville, where rents are going up and some of the fastest in the state and even in the country, the vacancy rate is like 12%, right? And so if actually what we're happening on the ground were, this is a supply and demand problem, there's a curve, we can look at where on that curve, right? It's been a minute since Econ 101, but broadly, if that's how that math worked, then we should see rents falling dramatically. Because there's because there's a lot of vacant units. And so it would follow from that, those landlords would say, I gotta fill this unit because I gotta make my mortgage payment and whatever, and therefore rent should fall across the market. We're not seeing that happen. Now, we have some theories. We're working with a bunch of partners to really flush it out, and I don't wanna speak to any of the nitty-gritty until we can come back to y'all with here is the mechanism we think is going on behind the scenes of why there's that break between supply and rents. But we do know that the data does kind of tell us this is just not what's happening, right? There has to be something else going on.
Greed?
Yeah, I mean greed and broadly what I'll say is that a big piece of the what's also important there is that there is a whole financial system, right? And there's a financialization process so that folks intentionally mitigate risk they take on when they're developing something, which that's their job, that makes sense, they do that. But then what that leads to is a disconnect potentially between vacancy and rent. Anyway, all that's to say, so I think that I raise that to say that there might be places where, we're happy to talk with folks who are advocating for landlords to have more power and who are advocating for there to be I think a challenge there, right, is that for us, right, what we talked about at the very beginning, what it comes down to is a question of power and democracy, and do tenants have control over their own living situations? And if we have developers who say, hey, we really want to build co-op social housing and then have tenants run it, incredible, we would love to work with you on that. But part of the reason why housing is so expensive is because people are profiting off of it, and they're profiting quite a bit. And so there's some meaningful tension there between our priority being tenants should have safe, permanently affordable places to live where they get to make decisions about their lives, versus a priority of other folks should make as much money as possible.
Yeah, I mean, so what he's talking about is a fundamental contradiction between the position of an organization like REBIC, the Real Estate Building Industry Coalition, which is the lobbying organization for developers, particularly corporate developers and tenants. Very briefly, I'll say that we were kind of involved in a campaign with several neighborhoods in the city where we were directly kind of, I guess, in opposition to, but in conversation with REBIC. And I can tell you that, like, it just didn't go anywhere. That's just practical. I'm just giving you real practical on the ground here in Charlotte what actually happened. Like I had a conversation with the person who was the then head of REBIC. We had a great conversation, but it was just a conversation because at the end of the day, there's an interest in profit and then there's an interest in living, and there is a fundamental contradiction. And you just have to acknowledge it for what it is.
Okay, we are at time. So we're gonna have to take questions after. I'm sorry, but we've got a panelist with a hard stop at 3. So we need to get to the next
another
group.
panel.
It's really quick.
One quick, and then
I know that you guys there's a lot of journalists in here, and Jessica had talked about what y'all can do, and I would just highlight that you can cover the solutions, because there's a lot of questions of like what solutions are out there. Yeah. So yes, cover, make it a crisis, this is a crisis, it's a problem, but cover the solutions. And then to put the plug in Cabarrus County, we are advocating for a low interest revolving loan account, and that we will be doing that on Monday at the commissioners meeting. There will be a rally outside, good coverage. Would love for y'all to cover it.
Okay, let's thank our panelists again. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
And
thank you all.
And if you are, and I hope you're all sticking around, but after the last panel, so we have one more panel, after that we'll have a little debrief too, so there'll be time for some more conversation and questions then as well. Let's do 5 minutes, and then so folks can go grab water, tea, coffee, grab a cookie, use the restroom, and then we'll get started in 5 minutes, 2:07.
So I've got your message. I've got it. Thank you.
Do you want this for your water? Because I'll use it too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. let's just- Okay, cool. Grab a house. Okay, folks, we're going to gather back together. If you can grab your seats, we're going to get started on the last panel. Appreciate you sticking around and the great conversation that we've had so far. Again, I'm Chris Rudisil. I'm the director of the Charlotte Journalism Collaborative. And for our last panel, I'll let everyone introduce themselves, but kind of give you a little background. The CBI had a community summit a few months back, and I heard Fred talk about the cost. Like, how much does it cost? Like, how does the money work? And I thought, how do we go beyond that conversation, explain that, but also, like, how are we evolving our strategy? So we'll get started. If everyone can we'll just go down the row and introduce yourself, and then we'll get started on the questions.
Hello, I'm Tanya Jameson, and I am the Director of Civic Advancement at Leading on Opportunity. So my focus area is policy and community engagement.
I'm Shannon Green, Habitat for Humanity of the Charlotte region, and my role is the Senior VP of Organizational Advancement and Development.
I'm Fred Dotson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Executive Vice President for Dream Key Partners. I've been with the organization for a very long time. I'm in charge of all of our real estate development and construction.
My name is Eliza Hammond. I am the founder of EC Legacy Properties. I'm currently building a senior affordable housing apartment called Legacy Lake. And so I'm just the advocate for building affordable housing.
Great. And so as we know, and we've talked about today, Charlotte is a rapidly growing city, continuing to be so, where people are trying to find places to live, affordable places to live near work, community, jobs, etc. Fred, to go back to my conversation, Dream Key Partners has been one of the key partners with the city, creating over 20 developments. Can you kind of use an example to show like how the Housing Trust Fund works and how you leverage those funds from the city to create affordable housing?
I'm happy to do that. Just a slight correction. We're approaching 30 different communities that we've completed, almost 3,000 units of affordable housing now. And first of all, we are so fortunate in this city to have a housing trust fund. That is absolutely key to our ability to build affordable housing, because the tool that we commonly often use, almost always use, is the federal low-income housing tax credits. And those tax credits only provide perhaps at the most 70% of the hard costs and equity that we can use to build development. So finding that 30% is critical to building our developments, to closing our developments. So the Housing Trust Fund is essential to that. And right now, we have a Housing Trust Fund that's depleted. And we hope that there'll be another, that the voters will approve more housing trust funds in November, because without that, the construction of affordable housing in the city of Charlotte will be very, very difficult. Many years ago, the state of North Carolina had a state tax credit in addition to the federal tax credit. And around 20 years ago, it was decided to get rid of the state tax credit at the state legislature. That was a mistake, because we could have used that state tax credit. It would be a very mature credit by now. We could use that to help fund gaps and deals and not be as reliant as we are on the Housing Trust Fund.
So you mentioned the upcoming budget and the Housing Trust Fund. So we know that in the proposed budget, the proposal is to jump that from 50 million to 100 million. Tanya, so how do you think we should prioritize those additional funds?
So I previously served on the NEST commission, which was an anti-displacement commission that the city put forward when the UDO and the comp plan were being passed through city council. So one of the things we looked at, one of the real big concerns among city council members was displacement as a result of the comprehensive plan, although displacement happens regardless, gentrification happens regardless. And so we were charged, though, with looking at strategies for anti-displacement. And so we came up with an anti-displacement framework, and so within that framework, it was allocating funding for more money for preserving naturally occurring affordable housing, more money for actual ADUs and allowing ADUs to be built on property, and money as well for acquiring property for affordable housing. And so we put together a framework. It has like 6 elements in it, but only about 3 of the 6 elements were not eligible for Housing Trust Fund dollars, because it's like providing resources to neighborhoods, helping to strengthen neighborhoods. And so the Housing Trust Fund money can really only be used to build housing. And so we asked that City Council adopt the framework, which they did, and then we also asked that they would allocate money. And they allocated about $6 million from ARPA funds. And so the ask when in bumping up the Housing Trust Fund to $100 million was to carve out $25 million of those funds for the anti-displacement framework, so that it would have recurring funding each year to support anti-displacement efforts. One of the other things to look at, too, that's not coming from the NEST Commission is where affordable housing is being built. So how can we use Housing Trust Fund money? How can we incentivize more, leverage the funds more, so that affordable housing can be built in the more high opportunity neighborhoods and communities where land costs are higher, but we know through the Chetty study, through the Leading on Opportunity Task Force report as well, is that people who are growing up, children growing up in high opportunity communities, have a better chance and have better economic mobility outcomes. And so that's also one of the things that we really want the city to look at too, is how can we leverage those Housing Trust Fund dollars to build in more high opportunity neighborhoods. One of the other things we're interested in too is how can we use the Housing Trust Fund money, or how can smaller developers like Eliza here access Housing Trust Fund funds as well, so when she's building projects like her affordable senior housing, she would be able to leverage Housing Trust Fund money too, because oftentimes the people who access the money are larger developers. So how can we get more small developers into the pipeline as well?
So with that in mind, we've got some definite challenges of these. Other neighborhoods are often land's more expensive. We've got some challenges there. Bringing more small developers in. And I'll open this to all of you. Definitely want to hear from you, Fred, though. And do we need to tweak the Housing Trust Fund? And if so, how do we do that? How do we incentivize developers or make it easier for folks like Eliza to take part?
Well, I think when it comes to building affordable housing in high opportunity areas or high cost areas, there are 2 things that really make that difficult. One, of course, as was mentioned, was the land cost. But the other thing is, in order for us to make our deals work these days, we have to build in what's called a qualified census tract. And those census tracts are defined by HUD. And if you build in those qualified census tracts, you get a 30% boost in your tax credits. There really are no qualified census tracts in South Charlotte. And just based upon the way the HUD, creates their algorithms to determine where these areas should be. there are some pending changes at the federal level that may make it easier for us to build in these high-cost areas. It depends on whether or not that makes it through Congress. One would give a 50% boost to build in these high-cost areas or high-opportunity areas. I think that would help tremendously. But right now, in order to build in those areas, we need a substantially more housing trust fund per unit to incentivize us as developers to build in those areas, which I certainly want to do.
And I would just say, I actually spoke with someone from the city, I believe her name is Erin, and she is saying that they are starting a program to work with the new developers so that we then can access the Housing Trust Fund. So there are things in the works now to help small and new developers like myself.
Shannon, do you want to share anything like how is Habitat evolving and what neighborhoods are you looking at? Like, you know, as an organization, and we just covered Habitat in a deep dive, as one of the oldest models for affordable housing, how is the organization evolving in the work it does to house more people?
Well, first of all, thank you for the features and everything that was done back last fall. It's great just to have that education out there for the public. We often call it myth busting, which we still do a lot of when it comes to Habitat for Humanity. A lot of people think we give our homes away. They think we give them to poor people who are not paying a mortgage, and all of that is very much untrue. So thank you for the support around that. That was a great series for us. Got a lot of great positive feedback. Habitat has evolved. We celebrated our 40th anniversary last year. I think most people have a general knowledge of what Habitat does, but the understanding of what we do goes much deeper than just building homes. We obviously build new homes, construct new homes at an affordable mortgage, no more than 30% of someone's gross income. And keeping those houses affordable in this day and age, as you can imagine, is more challenging than ever. We never want to have a family pay more than they can afford, and our first mortgages for families now are creeping up to about $200,000. At the same time, the cost to build homes is more expensive than ever before. When I started 8 years ago, we were paying about $9,500 for infill lots in Charlotte, in areas you would mostly assume that Habitat builds in, not some of those areas that Tanya was talking about we'd like to build in. And now, you know, we're going in and doing infrastructure, full horizontal development, putting in streets and sewage and curb and gutters. And we're at, you know, $90,000, $100,000 before we even start building a home. At the same time, committed to those families being able to afford and serving those 80% lower of area median income. So we're having to get a little more creative in our partnerships. We are partnering with some for-profit developers, and in some instances, we'll be doing the horizontal construction. They might build some of our homes. We are doing a lot more density. I know we'll get to that in just a little bit, but we're trying to be a good partner both with our other nonprofits. We do a lot of work with Dream Key and appreciate them. We do a lot of work with the municipalities, the 13 municipalities we serve from Pineville to Statesville. And like I said, we're building about half townhomes, I would say, in the next 12 months, really changing what we're doing to fit that density model and continuing to be able to meet cost restrictions.
Great. I want to give Tanya a chance. Do you want to say anything else about the Housing Trust Fund as far as like how you think we might tweak this to build more upward mobility into it? Or should we focus on like just getting more housing available for folks?
No, I think it needs to be, but you know, from what Fred is saying, a tweak, but it sounds like the tweak needs to actually happen at the federal level. And so doing some advocacy on the federal level to allow for these high opportunity areas to be places where Dream Key and Habitat can build.
Great. Yeah.
One very important change that was made to the Housing Trust Fund, I see Councilmember Graham back there, and he helped make this change, was to add the ability to fund home ownership through the Housing Trust Fund. That is so important, and it would incentivize developers like Dream Key to build more affordable home ownership, and we need to continue to do that because, you know, we operate the Home Buyer Education Center of Charlotte. We have people who come through our program who are first-time home buyers, and they have nothing to buy. So we need to continue to build more affordable home ownership, and to be able to finance that through the Housing Trust Fund is very important.
All right, so let's turn to density. So how's the UDO affecting what Habitat does? And you know, in our efforts to diversify the type of homes that are available for folks.
You know, there are some challenges, I think, of the changes that are being presented, but in current UDO state, I would say that we are coming alongside with what was presented originally. We look to the municipalities as a great collaborative partner, especially the city of Charlotte. We have a great relationship with city staff. We believe we come to the table and can help them to meet their goals and vice versa. So we want to be a good supporter. We believe all ships rise. And so what's good for the housing continuum is good for the entire housing continuum. And even though Habitat is committed to the affordable homeownership space, we believe that everything, the changes that are coming forward, mostly with the UDO, are positive for what Charlotte needs. And so we want to be a good partner. You know, we have been in support of the changes, I would say, overall. The triplex piece is something we're thinking about. We do have, in our expanding business model, we have added a new triplex and a new duplex design, and we are moving forward with some of those plans. Some will obviously be grandfathered in, and some, you know, we'll see what happens, but we have spoken recently in support of the changes of the UDO that are presented.
Anybody else want to weigh in on some of the changes to the UDO? Specifically, I think triplexes has been the biggest thing that we hear about.
I can give you a real world example, and that is, right now we're building duplexes in the Druid Hills neighborhood and for sale. Those have proven to be very, very popular. We can't build them fast enough. And it was an unproven model, you know, for us to build duplexes, you know, other than on a corner lot. But I think people really like that product, and I think a triplex is also very important. And so I think, yeah, as the city grows, we need to keep pushing the envelope as far as, you know, how dense we can get per lot. And I think duplexes and triplexes are very important.
All right, Eliza. So our relationship started last year, and you've talked, I think, with Lexi from WCNC a couple times. You were here at the summit and talked about the challenges of it being a small developer. So share a little bit more about your story and about the need for senior housing in this continuum too.
Yes, so since the pandemic, seniors is one of the fastest growing populations of homelessness. And so that is what made me focus on seniors for this first building. And yes, last year I was out in the audience, and Lexi Wilson, she came and spoke with me. She did a piece about my project, and it's been a whirlwind. I've met some amazing people who really love Charlotte and who really want to see affordable housing, the units increase. Fred being one of them, seeing that with me being a new developer, there are a lot of pitfalls, a lot of people who may want to take advantage of you, and so he has been a listening ear. I can run questions by him, so I've really met some amazing people. Kristen, she is my architect from Beehive, and she is really walking hand in hand with me. So the meeting the people working with me has been amazing. It's really at this point just accessing the funds. Because I am a new developer, it's a lot harder to find someone who's willing to partner with you or someone to help guide you down that process. And so I'm excited to hear about some of the changes that the city is putting in place, some of the changes with the Housing Trust Fund. And really, at this point, I'm just looking for a partner who would be willing to kind of help me get to the finish line.
Okay, I'm going to throw a surprise question to all of y'all, but I'm gonna wait so I can give you some time to think about it. But so before I do that, I'm gonna skip to the last question I already told you about, but like stealing from Eli's question at the beginning of the day, what can we do as media to tell this story better? What do we get wrong? What do we get right? You know, you've got a captive audience and Tanya's ready. And you have experience as part of the media.
I'm former reporter, so
feel one of the things I think the media, the project that you all were doing on Habitat was fantastic, and it's informative and it informs the public and dispels myth. But too often, the stories, especially that are coming around regarding the UDO, are stories that strike fear and play up the fear that people have and the misunderstandings. And so I feel like those stories just tend to take one side, and it's just the unrest and public being upset about this happening or that happening. And that foments more, and it just begins to feed into each other. And just there's overall fear anyway, which is why we have the NIMBY movement, of change. And so stories that sort of play into that, and then often the blame is placed on the UDO, when a lot of what you're seeing when it comes to like by right development, like that existed before the UDO. That's just a term that is being used more, but it existed before the UDO, and so the UDO then gets the blame for changes, but it was by right development was already in place a lot in a majority of these cases. And so doing a better job of not just creating I would just say clickbait that plays into the fears of people would be one. And then B, educating the public about the importance of policy advocacy, because I talk all the time, like Minneapolis is sort of the model that we use in Charlotte for the Comprehensive 2040 plan. And since in the last 5 years, I think it's been like 5 years, they were able to increase their housing by 12%. What is it that they are doing beyond just what we're doing with our density? They are able to do things there that we can't do because of our state legislature. So if we had some policy changes on the state level, so like right now, the ADU bill is winding its way through, hopefully the accessory dwelling unit bill that to allow accessory dwelling units is coming through it's passed the House last session. Now it's going to come before the Senate. So hopefully that will pass, which would give a homeowner an opportunity, to build an ADU on their property and rent it out. And so they can then get a source of income, and then somebody else can have a low income place to live. And so, but just paying attention to these policies, and when we bring up the policies that need to change on a state level, and getting your voices behind that as well will be critical.
I think very, very well said. One thing that I talk to a lot of people about, including the developers on my own team, the much younger developers on my own team, is let's not focus on the apartment community itself. That's just a series of boxes that we stack. We need to focus on who lives inside those boxes. If you do that, you'll move heaven and earth to build affordable housing. And I'll give you an example. Right now we're building a small development on the campus of Caldwell Presbyterian Church, 21 units, supportive housing. I've been working on that for probably 10 years now. I keep getting the question, why are you working on 21 units for 10 years? It's not about the units. It's about providing 21 units for people who are formerly homeless, who will have a permanent place to live. But at some point, they will move out, and someone else will move in. And so over time, there may be 1,000 people who live there. So let's stop counting units and start counting the people who live in the units. And then we'll make better decisions about how to spend our money.
And can I just add to that? I think we have to make a connect, right? So we heard earlier that someone who's being paid $21 an hour in Charlotte cannot afford a one-bedroom apartment. So think about two people, a couple, or a family of four, both of them making minimum wage in North Carolina, which is $7.25. They could not afford a one-bedroom in Charlotte. So when we make that connect to the people we know, just think about anyone you know that makes $21.75 or less. They can't afford to live in Charlotte. And that's most of the people that you deal with on a daily basis. So I think that is what needs to get out. That is what is going to make people make a connect and say, okay, I need to be a part of this movement. It's not someone else's problem, it's my problem. It's for our future, for the next generation. We have got to make this a priority. But I think that a lot of times that connection is what is lost.
And to Eliza's point, a lot of times when you have NIMBYism, people are thinking about themselves right now. And I like to point out that we are talking about the next generation, and the next generation are your children and your grandchildren, because Lending Tree study came out in January saying 60% of young people live close to the home and in their hometown. So we're talking about building for your children and your grandchildren and the people who are in power for their children. It's not always this perception of people coming in from out of town. It is the people who have grown up here as well.
Okay, here's the question, then I'll take questions from the audience while you kind of think about it. We asked our very first panelists last year what big idea they've seen that they would love to see like impact Charlotte. So, you know, we talked about Minneapolis and what we hopefully can learn from Minneapolis, but I mean, what other solution have you seen that you think we might be able to make work here, and possibly like how could we make it work to expand affordable housing?
One thing that's going to happen over the next few years is there's a substantial amount of federal funding through the Inflation Reduction Act that will make its way here to Charlotte. And a lot of that will be in the form of increases in energy efficiency, substantial increases. So you're going to see, including on our developments, the installation of solar panels, not only on the rooftops of the buildings, but maybe in the parking as well. Because all of that is a huge incentive to do that in the Inflation Reduction Act, including providing funding through the sale of those solar tax credits to help fill gaps in deals. I'm very happy about that because in addition to my advocacy for affordable housing throughout my entire career, I'm very concerned about climate change. That's a real thing. So I think that will allow us to innovate more and to provide additional funding through efficiency.
Do y'all want some time to think, or if you're ready, go ahead.
So I am interested in tiny homes. I think that is a great way to build affordable housing. And so I know some other areas, Atlanta, they're moving into that. I would love to see or have a conversation with someone about bringing that to Charlotte.
We get a lot of questions about tiny homes. Some habitats do build them. That is not the model we build, but I think it's very interesting. I'll tap into your senior living piece. I think one dream for Habitat for many years was to build kind of a mixed income development, and that is something that we'll be realizing, again, in collaboration with a for-profit builder coming up in the next couple of years. 84 units where half of the units are Habitat homeowners and half are market rate. From the outside, you won't be able to tell who lives in what. Some units maybe in the middle will be a little bit larger. Some of the finishes inside will be different, but again, truly getting that mixed income model. I'd love to see some continued mixed income and some generational living, senior housing in the middle of a development, support in maybe patios or condo homes that are surrounded by families with young children, and creating some really true good community, building up through each other and supporting each other. I think there's something really interesting there that we talk about senior housing a lot as an idea at Habitat, and I'd love to see that executed through. So, hey, who knows what happens maybe in the future.
I'd love to see if we could ever look at co-ops here. I know bigger cities do it, and so how could we make co-ops happen? So, as a way for ownership.
All right, thank you. Okay, questions in the audience, and I'm gonna kind of play, I guess, talk show host this time. I just woke up, yes.
Shannon, you said that your lot costs are now $90,000 to $100,000. Did I hear that correct?
Well, once we buy the land, or if the land's donated, depends on the situation.
Ready to build lots, developed lots.
Developed lots, no, they're more like about 60,000. I was referring to lots when we're building the land and we're having to go in and do raw land development, that we're having to put in all the infrastructure on average before we start building.
Right, but that's what I mean by developed lot, ready to build on.
I thought you said ready to build, yes.
Yeah, ready to build on is 90 to 100,000.
Yes.
So that has run your cost up quite a bit. Fred, what do your units cost today? If you started a new development today, not construction, but started planning, what would you expect it to the cost delivered?
Yeah, I would give you an example. Before COVID, our hard cost per unit was around 160,000, 170,000. Right now, we're lucky to build at around 230 to 240.
And that's hard costs.
Yeah, it's hard costs. All-in costs, we're at 300,000.
300,000, and that's a nonprofit model.
Well, no, it's not necessarily the nonprofit model.
Well, you're not
It is-
selling it out at to the highest bidder.
No, I'm talking about rental housing.
Yeah, rental housing. Okay, that's what I've heard missing today. The prior panel talked a lot about rents and things, but what nobody talked about is what it costs to actually build and develop the housing.
Right.
And that $300,000 number is about what I had in mind, and
Yeah.
that's for an apartment, a rental apartment. It's not a nice, and it's not necessarily in a, what's the term, high opportunity zone, high opportunity,
Right.
whatever, quarters of opportunity, is that the right term?
Well, in the high
Shannon-
opportunity area,
Yeah,
right.
Shannon, you referred to it, that your lots at 90 to 100,000 are not in the location that you would rather them be in. So I think that's a missing piece here, that the costs have gone way, way up. The
Yes.
lot cost that you used to pay, Shannon, $9,500 for is now $90,000 to $100,000. Fred, your costs, which used to be a lot lower, if you go back around 2010, it was probably half that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, about half that.
Absolutely.
And so that's cost, and that's part of our problem. We have a
Yes.
lot of problems, this city, we have a lot of problems state and nationwide. But to find solutions, we have to deal with the realistic cost and ways to either lower those costs or stop them from going up or figure out ways to cover them. And that is a real issue that I wish we had lots of answers for, or a simple answer, but there is no simple answer. We have to dibble around the edges, so.
That's right.
I guess that's more of a point than a question, but I wanted to ask you too what your thoughts are, and that's what I thought you had said.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. And it's also an educational issue. We need tradespeople. We need electricians. We need plumbers and masons. That's one of the things. That's one of the big reasons why our costs are going up, because we don't have people to build or with the knowledge to build what we need to build. Yes, yes, sir.
To that point, and I say all the time, when we talk about workforce development, we so often focus on the cool jobs like fintech and, tech jobs, et cetera, but we need these critical infrastructure jobs filled too, and they don't necessarily pay, well, plumbing and stuff like that does actually pay a living wage, but we need these jobs that are vocational jobs as well, and just hands-on jobs, workforce development for that too, and thinking about a balance when we have an approach on how we want to grow this city. What are the needs of the city and the people in the city?
As I've sat through all the panels today, there's something that constantly sits on my mind as a architect and a landscape architect by practice. I think I figured out how to put this question into a question, not a statement. As you know, the corridors of opportunity initially were areas of opportunity. Like they were prosperous. If Freedom Drive looked like, Matthews, Independence looked like, another University City Drive. It wasn't Eastland. East Side was massive. There were stores and there were shops, but then something happened. And the question is for you is, did you evaluate why that happened? And two, what are you doing now, okay, if you're re-infilling that area to ensure that it doesn't happen again?
That's needy, I don't know.
I can't say that I know none of the committees I serve on with the city have we evaluated why areas like Freedom and Eastland Mall, et cetera, basically were disinvested in. I mean, that's really what happened, is that you have a disinvestment from community, from business, from city, like there's just disinvestment in those communities. As the suburbs were more popular areas and you saw more white flight going into the suburbs, that's where the investment went. And so you didn't have investment, you no longer had the investment on Wilkinson Boulevard, you no longer had investment on Freedom and Eastland, et cetera. And so that is part of the challenge. But what we see now is there's a lot of intentionality though with the city to make more equitable investments throughout the city. It's not happening nearly as fast as any of us would want to, But I will say that one of the things I like a lot about our city council and staff too is amazing is that they do listen to constituents and the constituents' concerns. And so as you hear the talk and conversation going on like now about the potential red line, I know people want to change the name, okay? But potential red line and the gold line. And so what type of investments are going to go in? Like I want to make sure that if the red line has a stop on Nevin Road, which has been, a disinvested area, that it has equitable infrastructure and things put in place the same way it would if it's going to be up in the Huntersville area. And so to me, there's a lot more intentionality around economic mobility throughout the city than there has been when I moved here like 30 years ago.
And I'll just add that both the city and the county are very big supporters of our critical home repair program, and that is about affordable home preservation in a lot of communities where folks are at risk of being displaced, of not being able to keep their homes. Those are owner-occupied homes. Most of the families that have owned those homes have owned them for 40, 50 years. They are the leaders of their communities, and they are unable to afford to stay in their homes and make major system repairs. So we do go in and do about $50,000 worth of, again, major repairs, electrical, HVAC, roof repairs to keep folks in their homes. And to me, those are a lot of communities that we are investing in through the preservation side, and I think is a really remarkable movement that's happening. I know a lot of that's happening through the United Way and in the northern part of the county, and then the city and the county and their generosity around funding has been really remarkable. Because, we used to have a program at Habitat called Neighborhood Revitalization, and we changed that name years ago because the communities, revitalization is a tricky word, right? Because those communities are thriving, they just maybe don't have all the resources that they used to have, but they know what they need, they know what their community wants and what their community can do, and they have the right leaders. They just need some more resources and investments. So we're definitely committed to doing as much of that as we can.
I'll just add that we've had a neighborhood focus for a long time, and our primary focus has been on the west side of Charlotte, the Greenville neighborhood, Genesis Park, Druid Hills, and then we built the Bright Walk neighborhood. Right now, our focus is really on the Greer Heights neighborhood, and we will be working in Greer Heights for many years. And that's the thing to understand, is that it doesn't happen overnight. It takes decades of work, and it takes a lot of resources to really make a positive and durable change in neighborhoods. And it takes training, finding who the neighborhood leaders are, and training them to be leaders, because we don't want to be there forever. We want the neighborhood to take over once our work is done, and that has been our model. Will continue to be our model. Most importantly, we were invited to work in that neighborhood. We didn't just choose it and say, hey, we're going to go work here. The neighborhood leaders invited us to work there, so that's critical.
I just wanted to add to that as we are revitalizing these corridors of opportunity, we have to make sure that we are not going to see the reverse of white flight, right? So metro areas now, everyone wants to come into them. But again, let's make sure we're doing it in a way that the tenants who are already there can stay there. So as we invest in these areas, that we're not kicking people out again.
I'd like to tie in the last group that was up, panels up, this panel. Who is now, I know we live in a free market society. Who is responsible, probably put, like New York City does, put caps on these rents and mortgages in Charlotte? Who could take care of that issue?
I think,
New York.
Right. I think as was mentioned during the last panel, that really has to be a state-driven solution, right? And the city of Charlotte has very little power, if any, to make that happen. But again, it requires advocacy over a long period of time, and it may happen. It's often that we think that things that aren't possible today won't be possible tomorrow, but we have to start today to plant those seeds to make sure that at some point it may happen, because rents are way too high right now. Even in the affordable housing that we build, because of costs the way they are and the fact that we have to service debt, then our costs, our rents are higher than they should be in many ways. So again, having some type of rental cap would require state action.
But would that help?
Well, they've got to work on the income at the state level too. I mean, you know, it's both of them running alongside of each other. You can't do one without the other and it have long-lasting impacts.
Well, talking like to Fred, to your point, your rents are too high, but it's because the cost is so high.
That's right. Yeah,
So if you just cap your rents, it doesn't change your cost. You
Exactly.
build a bill.
Right, so the saw has to cut both ways. We have to have more subsidy to bring down our costs before we have rental caps in place. Otherwise, all of our developments would fail. Right.
Question?
Can I just add to that? So as a new developer, that is where I'm finding difficulty because I want to keep the whole building affordable, but again, I have to build it. And so to build it, I need to have subsidies in place so that I can keep the building affordable. And so that's been my struggle over this last year.
Well, I think it's a two-pronged approach. Possibly, again, capping the rent and mortgages and raising the wages. The wages are too low in Charlotte right now. How can you make it on minimum wage and your rent is $1,200 a month? It's driving eviction and homelessness in Charlotte. We had to do a two-pronged approach. Raise the labor wages to a reasonable amount and cap the rent in the same process.
Well, our state legislature, if you recall back when the HB2 controversy erupted, part of the HB2 bill was prevented local municipalities like Charlotte from creating their own minimum wage in the state. And so we have to adhere basically to the federal minimum wage, which, as she said, was like 7. So it's as I said earlier, some of this isn't necessarily just on the municipality and the city. We have to take this fight to federal and state. Yeah, exactly right.
All right, if that's it, thank you all. Got you out of here on time, got us back on schedule. I appreciate all of you being here, and thank you for being part of the show. And thank you all for coming to the 2024 Local News Impact Summit. We will stick around for a little bit. I wanted to quickly I'll let the panel clear out first. Just to kind of go around the room, like quick takeaway.